no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. 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 That's what I want.
Don't you wanna tell me about the time that we felt fate? Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, 'cause I'm running free tonight. Don't want that story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about what will be. Gonna move out of the city, spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. Gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end, and I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment. I'm living my best, 'cause I don't need to pretend. Don't have life in envy, shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment. I'm living my best, 'cause I don't need to pretend. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone.
the drama, only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a pad full of greens, couple M's mine soon. Unbeliever, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live it, but never see me on the fence. Best believe that when I win, it's common sense. I'm designed to fly, defeat all demise. The best me, no fear, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the wise. And a hand that's in this. Gotta back it up a high percentage. Got a heart in my sleeve, non-stop. Stepping up to the sea, more shots. Getting those I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had a close on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the bus, tryna build up to this mind zone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. And the problem just the haters that I might know. It's a night show, the way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. No, they wanna be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Can repeat it, every legend gotta fight. A new world, when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, up in the sky, into the light. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, with every stride, our future's bright. Cause I'm on to the next. The way I shape shifts makes them call me a threat. Running on this path, never done, no regrets. There is nothing you can do when the face on the set. You're in front of the best. Different league if you wanna get to me. I give him pedigree. Yeah, I only got a picture on the centerpiece. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars.
Feel the thorns embrace. Death is in bloom. None will escape my grasp.
See, it's just a scarecrow. afraid!
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
Sun and rain, sleet, snow, any weather. Just know if you can do it, I can probably do it better.
Welcome back everyone to the Wild Rift League Asia Season 2. And we're back at it again with an APAC matchup. G2 Blacklist up against KT.RY. I'm Infinity and together with me is Otto. We're back again, Otto.
Yeah, it's a crazy day to be a fan of Wild Rift Esports.
Yeah.
This will be the battle between the what we can say are the two best teams in APAC right now, right? Like hands down, we know for a fact that these two teams that we'll be witnessing did advance to the upper bracket finals, and they are both one win away from securing their finals berth.
Yeah, it definitely is, right? This matchup, the stakes on the line are massive because the winner here will proceed into the Wild Rift League Asia finals, as you have mentioned already, Otto. So it's pretty much all stakes on the line here for both these teams.
Yeah, it's a not really a do or die scenario, right? Like both of them still does have the chance to qualify if in case they lose today. But really, who wants to lose, right? Like who wants to risk it to face against Naos in the lower bracket? It's really hard to face against a hungry team downstairs. We look into the roadmap again for the information of everybody. We are done with the regular stages. We are currently on the playoffs, and the final stage, which will happen from February 1st to February 3rd, will happen on site live in China.
Yeah, and that is an exciting moment for each and every single one of these teams and also Wild Rift fans. And as you have been seeing for the viewers watching at home, if you have been following Wild Rift League Asia Season 2, the playoffs format has been shown a couple of times over the past few weeks as well. It's pretty much very, very straightforward as two teams coming in from the APAC conference will proceed into the finals, and similarly for the CN conference as well.
Again, for the holistic of the format for the playoffs, it's the same format that we have had from last season. And if we are going to call back what happened last season, it's the same upper bracket finals, right? It's KT.RY facing against the roster of G2 Blacklist, then known as Nigma Galaxy. And so there has been a budding rivalry. Stories have already been written here. Infinity, as we look into the playoffs bracket here, KT.RY and Quezon City G2 Blacklist. Whoever wins this will be advancing themselves onto the final stage, and then whoever loses will be facing against Naos tomorrow in a do or die best of 7.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you mentioned about these rivalries being born away coming into APAC conference between these two teams, more specifically for KT.RY and former NGX, G2 Blacklist currently, because NGX coming in from the last season has been performing out of their minds, being the runner-ups into season 1. They demolished KT.RY of their position in the leaderboards in the APAC conference, and once again, this will be a matchup where KT.RY can redeem back their form.
Right, that's the thing. Right? KT.RY has one agenda in mind, and that is retribution. That is for them to finally get over the hump. Because their recent matches against G2 Blacklist roster, it's been losses after losses. Even looking at the group stages, it happened December 23rd when they faced against a bunch of G2 Blacklist. KT.RY never won a round. Now, we look into the starting 5 at G2 Blacklist, and one of the more interesting things to talk about here, Infinity, is that their Baron lane switch from Carl to Ime. So they're going back to their original Baron laner in Ime, and they will be running with the same 4 in KD and company.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you mentioned about the Baron lane, because looking at KT.RY, their run thus far in Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 has been centered around Rattel. And of course, there are a couple of members as well that we have to look at, such as Acrobat and Luna. But thus far, Rattel coming into the top lane has been explosive, bringing out his trump card, which is the Gwen, time and time again. And that's going to be something that we could expect and look forward into the series.
He's the king of the Baron lane in APAC, in my opinion, right? Like, no one else comes close. He's really one of the win conditions for KT.RY, and Daw, their jungler, really plays around Their Baron lane are so well, but we also have to take note of the other three, right? Like Luna, Acrobat, Zero. There's been some roster changes for KT.RY heading into the new season with one agenda in mind, and that is to win it all for APAC, right? Win APAC, be the number one team in APAC, and possibly just be the number one team here, WRLA too. But looking at the team stats, and for so far, this is the stats that we get for the playoffs, right? Like this is not counting the stats that we have from the group stage. It's quite considerably noticeable that G2 Blacklist has a very good control in the first few minutes of game. 100% first Dragon and first Herald rate, all thanks to their superstar jungler in KD.
100%. I cannot really belittle and speak more about the jungler for G2 Blacklist, because time and time again, even prior into season 2 of Wild Rift League Asia, even coach was mentioning about how KD and how their jungler former Just She has been their key to victory every single time, and that will be something that they will revolve into. And yes, individually, everyone from G2 Blacklist is really good, but KD is on another level.
He's just willing to play whatever is needed by the team, but more often than not, he will not shy away from dishing out the damage. You look at the damage percentage share between the two. KD has a 21% of the damage share of G2 Blacklist. That just means that he's not going to shy away in picking the carries, right? Like the Aatrox, the Yone, whenever needed. But there are also other champions that he gets to play that he's also as effective, like the Lee Sin and the Vi. On the other side, we have Daw. He wants to play for his team. And most notably, the two champions that I really think Daw is most effective at, it's the Vi and the Kha'Zix. Vi basically sets up everything for the team, and his Kha'Zix is all for objective takedowns.
Definitely is. I mean, pretty much coming into this matchup, into the jungle role, it will be the carry versus the activator for both these sides, right? G2 Blacklist, as you mentioned, the carry is coming through, and this opens up a huge, vast of flexibility coming into the lineup, coming into the champions of G2B.
Let's go over to the stage for the introduction of our players.
Hi everyone, welcome to the stage of 2023 Wild Rift League Asia. I'm Valora. Today is the second match day of the second week of playoffs, and the match will be brought by KT.RY and G2B. This is also the finals of winner bracket. Who can step to the grand final first? Let's check it out. And now it's time to welcome Seoul KT Roster Y and Quizen G2 Blacklist.
자, 팁을 줄게. 열심히 하지 말고 그냥 TV에서 우리 결승전이나 봐.
All of our opponents are out of our sight, and a win today will be our stepping stone to the championship.
Wow.
Someone's asking someone to watch someone on TV, and I'm like, what?
I mean, I think that will be their soul coming into the series, right? How these teams go in for the friendly banters. I just love it. It doesn't go stale time and time again. We've been doing it since day number 1, and it's still up to the day. It's so good.
I wonder who write those, right? Like, I don't think the players are the ones that, write those trash talk sessions. But if they are, kudos to them, because they pretty much does something very creative once in a while. Then again, right, like that's just the, I would say, warm-up to what we could expect as a best of 7 Bloodfest here. Infinity, let me do the honors of asking you, what do you think? What do you think will be the scoreline be at the end of it all? You don't have to mention the team, right? Like, you don't have to mention the team. I just want to know, what do you think will be the maximum amount of games that will be played today?
Honestly, maximum amount, I believe it's going to be 6 games. Max.
6 games?
I feel like 6 games will be the edge, and that's like tipping the iceberg.
Yeah. I'll put it up a notch and say that it will be over in 5 games. In favor of one team that I think, the audience does know who I'm favoring with. It's all because of the history. It's all about the game plan. And speaking of game plan, we are going straight into the drafting phase here, Infinity. The bans here by G2 Blacklist is targeting down Zero, one of the newest, I would say, addition to KT.RY's team composition, just because Zero was originally a mid laner and has just transitioned onto the support. So this is a very good plan overall.
Yeah, and he's amazing coming into the support role as well. He pretty much really is the catalyst of how KT.RY as well, in addition to DOS playstyle, on how this team is able to jump into those team fights. So having those respect bans onto Gragas and Ornn really just puts a nail onto Zero's champion flexibility coming into this draft. Vi has also been banned away. And the thing is, G2 Blacklist has a vast pool of support. So that's given. You know, banning away Gragas and Ornn is not going to affect that much into their side.
And prioritizing Camille for Ime has done a lot of good for G2 Blacklist. Ime can absorb the pressure on the top side, can lane against Rattel. We've seen that numerous times. You look at the response here by KT.RY. They want a winning lane on the top side. Hence the Renekton. They really want to play around Rattel while they wait for their scaling champions to really go online in the Ezreal, which is one of the favorites of Acrobat. G2 Blacklist will be responding with the Lucian pick, and I wonder if they will go for the support pickup this time around. Possibly take the Alistar or the Nautilus to prevent Zero. It will be the Galio, preventing Zero to have access to that. And this is, I know what you mean by that. That this is a very good duo combo to the Hextech Ultimatum.
Yeah, in addition to that, right, it's Draw's Galio. And expectedly, it will be something of an amazing feat. Draw has performed this champion time and time again over the past few weeks and even in the past year really amazingly. So that is one of the expectations here coming into G2 Blacklist's side. And given the fact that they have already banned away Ornn and Gragas, this is going to really hinder Zero's champion pool coming into the next picking phase. But now Kha'Zix has been locked in and KT.RY will be targeting onto the jungles.
Within our expectation for sure, Kha'Zix is one of the most picked champions of DAW. And you try to take away all the early game champions that can really make the life of the Kha'Zix a little bit harder. Targeting the Lee Sin really makes a lot of sense. I won't be surprised if they target one more jungle champion just to prevent KD to go for an early type or early game jungler. I wonder what KD would be playing here, because you look at their composition, right? Like they do have the Lucian that can still be flexed between Aaron and Golden Kite. One would say that Yone is one of the potential picks for KD, but that has been read immediately by KT.RY, banning it away. So possibly, what do you think, Nautilus?
It will be
Aatrox?
It will be difficult, but yeah, they've done Nautilus in the past with this same lineup, with the likes of Galio coming into the bottom lane as well. They bring in the Nautilus to be that AP damage, so it's not something that will be unexpected if G2 Blacklist opts for this, but it will be really exciting because KT.RY has an option to deny it out of KD.
Yeah, oftentimes Zero defaults back to the Leona, one of his comfort picks as well. Denying this Nautilus picks means that there is no early game jungler available, possibly for KD. He could still default back to the Camille, but it really hinders a lot of strengths of KD. I wonder what will be his pick. Riven.
I don't think so though. Yeah.
Yeah.
They need something damage.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be the Riven in the jungle, right? Like, because at the end of the day, if you are to pick a Riven against a Renekton, the Riven is not going to have a good time. At least with a Camille, you do have that long range skill to really at least assist you in the laning phase. So it will be KD most likely playing the Riven. Rounding up their draft is another marksman. And this is a favorite of Golden Kite once again playing the Varus.
Yeah, and I love this coming in from G2 Black. They do this time and time again, but Zero, oh my, KT.RY picks up this new champion that we have. Zyra comes into fray.
Zyra has been picked like numerous times. The last time out, when G2 Blacklist played against Cerberus Esports, Zyra was definitely one of the things, or one of the champions that was played a lot in the mid lane. Lots of poking capabilities come late game, but very immobile, right? Like one Hextech Ultimatum or one Flash Taunt coming in from draw. That means that's it, right? Like against the Zyra. But if you're the Zyra, if you ever get caught, the only thing that you have to do is to, use your ult. And that's it, right? Like you use your Strangle Thorns, Tranquil Thorns really covers a lot of distance, a lot of a lot of AOE. But primarily, come late game, this Zyra will really have that, I would say, safe source of damage. So it's kind of, a combined control mage / poke champion. All things considered, come late game, so it'll be very interesting as to how KT.RY will be playing this one out.
Yeah, and that's just the trade back, right? Because given the fact that you're Zyra, it's just so much of a nuisance coming into any lanes that he goes, in every team fight that she goes, because of, as you have mentioned, the crowd controls coming in, the damage as well that could potentially scale coming into the latter part of the game would be such an annoying part to deal with. But in the end of the day, Immobile will be something that G2 Blacklist could utilize coming into those team fights.
KT.RY also, something very sneaky from G2 Blacklist, but never mind that. KD just tried to possibly go for a Raptor steal right here, right now, and he's going to use the sweeper lenses, but you see immediately that Daw is about to do the same, and great junglers think alike, and they will go for invades. However, G2 Blacklist did got spotted here on the top side, so KD does need to be careful.
Yeah, and actually goes in for the Krugs first. As a potential support to Ime if ever it comes down to an all-in clash, considering how Ime is going for a full-blown aggression up against Ratel. And something that I really love about how G2 Blacklist is doing their draft, even in the past few weeks as well, even in the last year, is how they're really centralizing on the team fight, right? They're centralizing on the crowd control.
They're a very good team fighting team, as evidenced by the fact that G2 Blacklist can come from behind at any given situation. But looks like the G2 Blacklist was still able to secure the early game lead that they wanted. Oh, he leveled up. Never mind.
Good shot.
Yeah, he flashed in. You look at KD. He is really invading the space of Daw. Luckily for Daw, he was still able to secure the blue buff. But the Gromp is going to get stolen away here by G2 Blacklist. A very good start once again from the Quezon City team.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal there. Aaron just flashed in with the Ignite as well, then came back. Amazing.
I know.
Back and forth.
It was also with the recognition that Luna is under fire off the Ignite, and he leveled up at the right moment. Now Ime has to be careful. Ratel can still go for a deadly combo.
Especially coming into a 1v1, Ratel with the Renekton is an absolute beast. Does well just on top side.
Baited.
Ratel! Ignite! Would not be enough. That was so close for comfort.
Yeah, he was really baited to go all in. And again, with the adaptive defenses, you still have to respect the fact that the Camille will have extra amount of HP just because of her passive. And you look at Aaron.
Going up against, but a calling being casted, cancelled right out of get-go, and Ezreal has no escape.
Wait, that's a 2 in a row solo kill here in the mid lane. Oh my god, what a start for G2B.
Raw coming into the bottom lane though, receiving a huge deal of damage, but still living within 1 HP! Piercing arrow to the head, Golden Kite takes another kill.
It's a piercing arrow plus a piercing tower shot. A 3-0 start for G2 Blacklist, and this is something not within our expectations. We all know that KT.RY wants to play it slow, wants to play it patient, wants to wait for the late game. But all those mistakes in the laning phase being capitalized here by G2 Blacklist really has turned the tide into the favor of G2B.
And quite honestly, if KT.RY does not do anything coming into the following minutes that we have, especially how Luna is just getting bullied out of his lane, it's not looking that good. Because at this moment, the priority really heavily lies onto G2 Blacklist's side.
Yeah, and that was the flash combined with the ult. Coming in from Golden Kite, not going to hit its mark, but doesn't matter. Now Ime has to be careful. This is a potential dive, but there are no minions to play around with. Now KT.RY will just be content in getting some tower plates on the top side. Meanwhile, G2 Blacklist was also able to get some plates here in the bottom lane. So it's just a case of them getting some trades. And in the end, it's still a net positive for KD if he gets to steal this blue buff.
Yeah, and this is what I love about G2 Blacklist, because it doesn't matter right? If they lose topside, yes, it will really bring out Ratel's potential coming into top lane as well. But given that they're already far ahead in mid lane and bottom lane, they do not need to force out fights. They do not need to force out defense onto their tier 1 turret in top lane.
Exactly, and this is one of the things to consider when playing against Ime. He's one of the players that will absorb all those pressure. Call him a sponge, call him whatever, right? Like he will play on the weak side of the map and allow the other lanes of G2 Blacklist to really get the advantage. Now Aaron will be getting another free tower play here in the bottom lane, and you look at the items, the graph overall, there's a massive gap in the mid lane. Aaron versus Luna really spelled as a mid-diff, at least in game number 1.
That micro as well coming from Aaron, just shooting his kills and then doing the passive onto Luna as well. Really, really immaculate coming into the bottom lane. But Ime jumping in,
Hero's
the
entrance.
Herald takedown with Hero's entrance coming in as well, zoning away their opponents. The Shield of Duran goes in for the 2-man taunt, while Ime Hextech ultimatums onto Daw. Very low already. Aaron comes in into the party with a calling, bringing down the Zyra immediately.
All calculated, and Ime and company is still here to secure the second objective of the game. A 5-minute double trouble in the favor of G2B.
Ratel attempt, but a 4v1 though, that will force him out to go away with a flash as well. Aaron comes through. They go for the flash for flash, but not gonna be enough. KD into the backside.
Nowhere to go.
Putting a lot of pressure. This is a 4-man roam. There's just no escape. There's no possibility to run. And that will be Ratel that has to say goodbye.
This is the cleanest I've seen G2 Blacklist start a series. And this is to the delight of the fans of G2B and their coaching staff. We'll look into that replay once again. This is the all-in potential of Acrobat being in full display. He went for Golden Kite, but he did not have enough damage. And luckily for G2 Blacklist, Aaron was there with the culling to clean things up. But more importantly, the most impressive part of that replay was how G2 Blacklist decided to still challenge that scenario by using the Hex ultimatum plus the Hero's entrance. You know, that duo ultimate has really won a lot of team fights for a lot of teams in the rich history of Wild Rift Esports, right? And today, it's not any different.
Yeah, it goes back into year 1 of Wild Rift. Definitely the Hextech ultimatum along with Hero's entrance. And on top of that, you have to remember Ime jumping right in into the top side of the map. Ratel is in danger. This is a 3-man roll. The piercing arrow does so much damage. And now KD's just on the run. Winslash not gonna connect, but Ratel, you're just delaying the inevitable, and that will be G2 Blacklist taking their 5th kill in the game.
Controlling the win condition of KT.RY, making sure that Ratel will not have enough resources come late game. Now KT.RY is still trying to make something out of nothing. We'll be getting a trade of a tower here in the bottom lane, but this is with the expectations that there will be another trade on the top side by G2 Blacklist. And in the end, right, like if you're G2 Blacklist, sure, you give away tower here in the bottom lane, but it still is a net positive for this squad. And again, in 7 minutes and 30, it's unheard of that G2 Blacklist will be getting this massive amount of advantage against the best team from Korea in KT.RY. And this just goes to show that, you know, when it comes to the playoff battles, G2 Blacklist is just a different beast altogether.
They're just on their tip-top shape. This is the truest form of G2 Blacklist coming back into the runner-up of Season 1. It's just too good. And I love how you mentioned about going in with a net positive, trading backs on turrets, because at the end of the day, with 5k gold lead, all you have to do is keep it up and not give any value for the likes of KT.RY. Now Ime is stuck under 4 people with Hextech ultimatum going in for the delay play. Hero's entrance going away and zoning away their opposing members. KT.RY still going in for the full engaged. Don't draw with the 4-man Shield of Duran. It's just too good.
Yeah.
And Daw falls.
Alright, so finally a kill by KT.RY, but everything considered, Aaron was left by himself here in the bottom lane, and again, another net positive trade overall. I still have to commend Zero though. His hook shot was very much the reason why they got that kill, canceling the hook shot of Ime and starting off this team fight so well. It was so scattered, right? Like you're seeing G2 Blacklist having different targets, and that flash from draw into the hands of Ratel did allow for at least a 1-for-1, so it's not really the worst trade overall for G2 Blacklist. But more importantly, right, like Aaron enjoying a 1.5k advantage pre 5 minutes. We look into the current situation between the mid laners right now. You're seeing almost an item advantage to the side of the mid laner of G2B.
And in addition to that, Fulter just on himself coming into the bottom lane. The macro game of G2 Blacklist is too good. And coming back from what you have mentioned a while ago, their game up against CES, despite the huge deficit, they're still able to make it back. And this is the power of G2 Blacklist. KT.RY wants to deny it out of them, but Luna is already too low. They have to force a way to retreat. KT just goes into the front. The lockdown, the CC chain is too flawless. And now G2 Blacklist opts to go for the dragon.
And the Strangle Thorns has been infested, meaning there is definitely no chance that KT.RY will have the opportunity to contest this. Aaron, what a bloodthirsty person.
Yeah, so much bloodlust coming in. But right now, Draw goes in for the Hero's Entrance, zones away Ritzel, will force them to back away in G2 Blacklist, giving no room for anything for KT.RY.
Oh, another combo.
Chain of Corruption connects onto Ritzel. Shield of Durant will not connect as Draw's a little bit too forward coming into the turret. Opts to back away, a much more clever move coming into that fight.
Yeah, the wiser decision is for them to back away. They've expended almost all ultimates that they needed, and I think Ime is in a pinch here, but KT's here.
KT's coming into the rescue at 2v3 with that massive gold advantage. I don't think KT.RY has enough to be able to match them up. Zero is already down low. CC chain once again. How G2 Blacklist placed this. The coordination is so impressive. Now KT.RY in a little bit of a pinch. Just has to play it a bit more patience. Daw goes in for the flank, but G2B has info.
Yeah, KT.RY, time and time again, they try to make a play desperately and for sure, right? Like they want to at least find something out of the rotations or out of, you know, the fact that G2 Blacklist is trying to back away. Now, Draw will be finally that piece that KT.RY wanted. But no! Oh! Wow, okay, so that's a lot of investment again by KT.RY, and, you know, it's the correct play. It's trying to at least find a kill out of an exit for sure by G2 Blacklist. But time and time again, KT.RY gets denied by the fact that G2 Blacklist is just so far ahead.
Yeah, in addition to that, if KT.RY forces that to engage, remember, it is still KT who was available, who was just doing some farming, coming into the bottom side. It's like Draw asking for help. Help me, but he doesn't really need it. And it's just KT watching over the horizon, farming some camps, getting a little bit more gold before he jumps into this fight.
Pretty much if he is needed, he is ready to join a fight. And once and for all, you look at the itemization here by KT, he's pretty much ready to really shred down all the champions here by KT.RY. 2 items already completed, Trinity Force, plus the almost Ghostblade. And at 12 minutes and 30 seconds, that's gonna hurt, right? Like KT right now is one of the scarier members of G2 Blacklist. Not to mention that Golden Kite can also deal a lot of damage from afar. And now KT.RY is being forced away from the Baron Pit, leaving G2 Blacklist enough avenue, enough real estate to really plan their vision ahead of a potential Baron fight.
Draw down to the front lines. Just goes in for the Shield of Durant, but KT.RY does not want to step foot coming into that zone because that taunt won't be crucial. Luna! That ultimate was a little bit too risky there for comfort, and now he's brought down to half HP.
Yeah, that was the flash also being needed by Luna just to separate himself from the potential catch of G2 Blacklist. But look at the river, no vision whatsoever for KT.RY.
Now Ime starts up the fight, but the Drench Shine connects it, will deny it, but Hero's Entrance follows through, knocks up onto 4, and now Ime goes into the backside as well. This is already 3 people down. Daw Acrobat, the only one left standing, coming for KT.RY, but G2 Blacklist has another eye on the prize, an apple befitting of the eye of the beholder. G2 Blacklist goes for the Baron.
Yeah, and this will be the easiest Baron secure for G2 Blacklist, not even needing Aaron to secure that purple worm. G2 Blacklist, all of them in game number 1, no challenge whatsoever. This has been, in my opinion, the cleanest G2 Blacklist has been in a while.
It is, it definitely is.
Yeah, we'll look into that team fight. Like that Strangle Thorns, that delay was not really felt by the members of G2 Blacklist. They know what to do. They just distance themselves just enough time for Ime and company to go for the counter punch. And again, impressive drafting. But more than the drafting of G2 Blacklist, you have to commend their play, right? Like, it's all about the execution, especially in the playoffs. And so far, KT.RY is being left without an option right now of retaliation. Rattel?
Ime, 2v1 already. Hextech ultimatum onto Rattel, but that hook shot, but don't follow straight into the back lines, and KT.RY secures their second kill in the game.
That's sending 4 members on the top side just to secure 1 kill, and that's one way to attack this Baron. Now KT.RY has at least alleviated some pressure from this push. KT.RY will most likely go for a defense here. They won't be able to defend the mid lane. They will be focusing their efforts in the bot lane. But more importantly, G2B is already getting the soul.
Yeah, that's good. Right, G2 Blacklist getting the soul, getting an inhib turret as well, coming into the mid lane. That's so much priority. And KT.RY now on the back foot as well. I mean, this came from the very beginning into that matchup with Aaron getting a massive lead already up against Luna. Now the bottom lane will be the target by G2 Blacklist, opening up 2 lanes overall for them.
Super clean. 2 towers destroyed in under 16 minutes, and Ime will be alive just in time to defend the top side. Golikayo, that's too close for comfort. But again, the Baron Empowered Recall will allow for them to escape without any casualty. G2 Blacklist, again, with the Infernal Soul joining their team, adding more damage to their very scary lineup. KT.RY has one thing to do, and that is to think about the next game.
Right, as if Aaron's damage is not enough, as if the Varus's damage is not enough as well coming into the bottom lane. Like, add an Infernal Soul to that.
It's just going to be very explosive, right? Like,
yeah.
Oh, Bomba, I guess is what we want to say. Luna will use the 2-shot barrage to at least defend the tower and top side, but it's clear that G2 Blacklist does have enough resources. They still have to be careful though, and this is not yet over. But KT.RY is really feeling the pressure from G2B.
Daw being targeted as well. Ime comes in, but will not force into full on engage. Rattel being stuck, ignited as well, being burnt out tick by tick. But still being alive, a very sustainable Baron laner overall. G2 Blacklist all in focus coming into the top side of the map. This is a 5-Baron roll for G2 Blacklist, but with Baron coming out soon, they have to retreat and fall back.
Yeah, it's the safer play for G2 Blacklist, right? Not really forcing the issue. They still have some gold to spend. In terms of win conditions, really, right? Like, they have infinite scaling on their side, and it's just a matter of time. And barring any miraculous teamfight win by KT.RY, we should be witnessing G2 Blacklist enjoying a 1-0 lead after this game. Mortal Reminder completed here by Aaron. I think that's his 4th item already in another 17 minutes, in just 17 minutes and 30. Just goes to show that his performance in game number 1 was one of the difference maker for G2 Blacklist. Now, it's all about execution. Ime going in. Daw.
Execution is it. It is. Ime jumping right through, saying their greetings onto Daw, but once again, overextension is not G2B, or it's not something that G2B wants.
Yeah, the Edge of Night really saved him a lot, but Ime does have to execute him, and that's
in danger, and now Stasis and Chat will be forced away, and Luna could be saved here, but Shield of Durand once again coming from Draw, delays 4 members. KT.RY already lost the support. Zero is gone for the count, and Rattel follows up. A 3v5, but the trade back as Aaron falls down. Could be hopes here by KT.RY to buy some time, but every single one falters down, and KT.RY with 2 member staff coming in from this team. 2 lanes are open with minions already pushing in. The Nexus is open.
Yeah, KD is very low in health though. G2 Blacklist goes for the Nexus.
Nexus will be the target, will be the lock-in by G2 Blacklist as they strike first into the series.
That's a 1-0. That's a very clean execution from G2 Blacklist. And KT.RY had no answers. They fumbled the laning phase, right? Twice in a row, Aaron got the head of Luna in the mid lane. And in the bottom lane as well, right? Like that overextension, that overcommitment on towards the bot lane of G2 Blacklist was heavily punished And in this level of play, those small advantage that you give over to a team during the laning phase is inexcusable, right? Like they will just get ballooned out of control. And we saw how perfect, how clean G2 Blacklist played that game 1 out.
Agreed. There's just no denial of the fact that when Aaron got the 3-0 lead, I believe, or 2-0 lead nevertheless, and the bottom lane already got their own fair share of kills as well, there's just no stopping them, especially considering that there is nothing that happened all throughout that early game that was able to really be the catalyst off in favor of KT.RY. And remember, they only got 3 kills all throughout 18 minutes.
Right, exactly. And you look at the total damage dealt to champions, one would say, oh, okay, alright, like KT.RY still did their part in dishing out damage, but those are the damage that we often see from poke champions. The Zyra, the Ezreal. It's not really what we call effective damage. It's not really to take down all those primary targets. It will be Ime, it will be KT.RY receiving the chunk of the damage, so it's not really that quote-unquote impactful. And again, you know, all things considered, it's a well-coordinated play by the 5-man squad of G2 Blacklist. You know, the hardest part here, Infinity, choosing who's the MVP.
Yeah, it's so hard. And you know what? For me personally, supports doesn't get enough fair share of light coming into these matches. Draw did a phenomenal job all throughout that game number 1. And for me, the MVP, for me, it would be Draw as well. But Aaron, definitely as well, did so much early game advantage.
Easy. That 2-0 in the laning phase, right? Like, just the fact that Aaron goes unchecked. The Ezreal was not a perfect answer to the Lucian. And the Lucian's laning phase was pretty much magnified again. Genius drafting overall here, Infinity.
Yeah, very clever, very smart. We'll see if that can proceed coming into game 2, as currently G2 Blacklist is already on the lead. The heroes of the Philippines, can you make it into the next game? We'll see you guys as we take a short break, but don't go away.
Feel the thorns embrace. Death is in bloom. None will escape my grasp.
See, it's just a scarecrow. afraid!
Welcome back, Wilder fans. We're into the APAC rivalries once again, with G2 Blacklist already taking the lead into the series.
In just under 17 minutes, that game was already decided. But truthfully, Infinity, that game was over pre-5 minutes, right? With the amount of advantage that G2 Blacklist was able to get the early game, KT.RY had no chance whatsoever all throughout the entire time. And now G2 Blacklist, it's all about putting another win into their score, and looks like that we won't have any switch of sides here. G2 Blacklist will still be on the blue side, and this is KT.RY choosing the red side still, right? Like, regardless of what happened in game number 1, they believe that they have a better opportunity overall when on the red side.
Yeah, better opportunity, maybe hoping for that first 2 pickups of champions coming into their roster immediately onto their first pick rotation. But G2 Blacklist banding away their Baron Lane champion compared to game number 1 is a shocking look coming into game 2.
Yeah, this is the curveball. This is really to surprise KT.RY. What are they gonna do? G2 Blacklist is definitely planning something different here. Maybe prioritize the Renekton and trying to deny one of the win conditions once again for Rattel. But the Renekton is that one champion that can easily be played by the Jax on the top side, and you just wait it out, right? Like, and we've seen numerous times the Renekton versus Jax, once it reaches the late game, it basically is a disaster. But this is definitely first pick worthy onto the side of G2 Blacklist, getting the Hecarim and denying it from Daw as well.
G2 Blacklist, you sneaky little team there. You have Hecarim coming in. I mean, they're not little. It's a sneaky big team, I guess.
Yeah, right.
Is the best way to put it. But KT.RY is answering back. You know what? Ban away to Camille. We're not going to pick up the Renekton this time around, but we're going to pick up Jax.
Yeah, which is, to me, them recognizing the fact that they won't really be able to capitalize on the top side, and they won't be able to punish Ime, because Ime plays the top side so smart that Rattel will just have to wait it out. And you know, the bigger pickup here by KT.RY is the Lucian pickup, right? Like, denying it from Aaron, especially after that performance, was definitely understandable and was definitely pretty much needed here by KT.RY to try to change something. Looks like a G2 Blacklist will dare to punish this Jax pickup by going for the early game champion on the top side. But the beauty about this Renekton pickup is oftentimes when it gets paired with the Hecarim, a 2v2 skirmish with all the AoE, damage, sustain, and burst DPS as well, it can really surprise you. So if it ever becomes a 2v2 on the top side, I really favor the Renekton and the Hecarim.
Now, if G2 Blacklist, since they're going in for the likes of Renekton and even Hecarim, expectedly, they could even go for Ezreal at this point if they want to match it up, if they want to have that even level playing field up against the Lucian. Because the thing is, Lucian Ezreal matchup is always something that is a pattern coming into Wild Rift League Asia Season 2, given the fact of how these two champions have been played out. So it's still open for G2 Blacklist, or can still opt to go for the Varus if they want to. KT.RY though picks up the Alistar for their support.
At least something to help out ease the execution for Zero. Them going for the Alistar here is different from the Nautilus, but does have the same playstyle altogether. Not to mention that G2 Blacklist, this Corki pickup still is a very flexible one. And whenever we see them go for the Corki, they really want the Dragons, right? And we know the stats. All throughout the playoffs, all the Dragons in the game, G2 Blacklist, the first Dragons, was on their side. So whenever you pick up the Corki, the power of the package, the special delivery, right? It can really at least gift you those objectives, so that will definitely be something that will be closely monitoring. KT.RY still going for the Aatrox, and we have to remember that Aatrox got gutted and got nerfed heavily in the jungle role, so this is definitely a surprise from KT.RY.
Blade still going through for KT.RY, but G2 Blacklist, they brought this up against their matchup with CES, and Seth once again could really have a huge light coming into this matchup, as we've seen on how Draw has played it in the past, how good it is coming into having so much crowd control into their lineup, and this opens up the carries to really have a good time into the back lines.
Yeah, which brings us to the question, is it going to be the Ezreal? No, they want to fight as 5 going for the Sivir. On the Hunt really is one of the tools that can win you team fights. It's a double marksman composition. And you look at the composition here by KT.RY, it's going to really be hard for Daw to find the angle. Because it's expected that, you know, against the melee champions, Sivir really does a lot of damage. All those boomerang blades, ricochets, really tends to hit the mark. KT.RY defaulting back to the 6. So it's all about playing for the late game. It's all about waiting for the scaling champions to scale up. But for G2 Blacklist, one mission in mind right now, and that is to control the Aatrox. If you control the Aatrox, you control the game.
Yeah, it's G2 Blacklist having a very teamfight centric composition. It's teamfight that will be the name of the game here for G2 Blacklist. And as you mentioned, having to punish and having to control Aatrox will be their key here to victory coming into this matchup today. And the thing about how KT.RY built their draft is that they do not have anything that could really push Aatrox, that could push Daw's security and having a lot more capabilities onto those team fights on how we see typically being brought out as a Sivir with an Aatrox lineup, or even Karma, nevertheless, that could really push that movement speed. In this lineup for KT.RY, individually speaking, there's none that can do that.
Alright, that's the thing, right? Not enough support, as we often expect. To really unlock the potential of the Aatrox, you kind of need the movement speed burst that comes from the Sivir, that comes from the Karma. So that could also be in consideration here by G2 Blacklist. The reason why they went for the last pick Sivir is to deny the Sivir away from KT.RY, which was genius once again. Now, with everything said and done here, at least for the early stages, KT.RY has to remember that G2 Blacklist was able to dominate the early stages of game number 1, not just through the laning phase, but also on the jungle. The invades by KT was very effective. But at least this time, there will be no invade for both sides, so it will just be a standard start overall.
Yeah, Hecarim, Aatrox coming into the early game, not really speaking a lot of volume coming into those early game battles, into those early game invades. So being a little bit more patient, being disciplined coming into the early game, not being desperate for, you know, the chocolates and the candies in the refrigerator will be netting a lot of positive for both sides of the team. And something that I really love as well, because we were having that discussion about movement speed, right? Every single one coming in from G2 Blacklist nets so much benefit coming in from Golden Kites on the Hunt.
Right, and Golden Guy has to be careful though. Acrobat is also feeling the burst potential from the members of G2 Blacklist. Golden Kite was the first one to get targeted, but there to punish is Draw. At least it's, you know, relatively the same. At least in the laning phase, Ime though is feeling the pressure from Ratel. You're seeing that the laning phase is not really that easy as a Renekton. Ime really plays it so well though. Earlier he waited for the counter strike, but you're looking at the top side, right? Like there's a lot of minions heading over to the tower of Ime, and he's forced to recall, which means that Ratel will have the ability and opportunity to deny some golden XP from the top lane kind of expected, right? Like Rattel is also always going to be one of the best laners that we have in the top lane. And you look at him right now, like he's really getting some damage into the tower, and that's a free tower play. Yeah. Right. Oh no. Okay, no more counter strike though. Oh. No way. Okay. G2 Blacklist went for the same play, at least in the bottom lane, but there is no casualty to the side of KT.RY. That's a good start, and the tower plate here in the bottom lane is being gifted over to G2 Blacklist. Still, we have to credit KT.RY with that very good tower dive on the top side. Again, with Daw being level 5, and this is all just from the laning phase of Rattel. That early game level advantage is definitely a key in a 1v1 scenario, right? Him being a level 5, Renekton not yet level 5, no access to the Dominus. That just means that G2 Blacklist at least got their shield on the top side pierced through, at least for the first few minutes of the game.
Definitely is. I mean, that's the perspective that both these teams are looking forward into, and at this point in time, it's not as landslidey as we've seen coming into the prior game. This time around, KT.RY is having a really good time coming in for those back and forths, and this is the trade back coming into the top lane more specifically. How G2 Blacklist having a much harder time, because the thing is, Jax overall up against a melee matchup, that counter strike is just so annoying to deal with.
Yeah, it's the main reason why Jax is pretty much one of the best defensive champions on the top side, right? Like now Draw is being forced to at least back up Ime, and you know, trying to get some of the pressure off of the Baron laner, but it's clear that Ime really is struggling to face against the Jax of Rattel. And as the game goes on, right, like without any intervention from the other champions of G2 Blacklist, Ime will just be put into a bigger and deeper hole as a whole, because Jax basically wins the late game against the Renekton.
Yeah, it is. And at this point in time, G2 Blacklist, a very patient game as they're doing. And I currently actually do love this, because the thing is, Corki and Sivir, when it comes to those early games, especially coming into level 1 to level 4, it's pretty much non-existent of their power. It doesn't reflect volume and how strong they are individually as champions. You really have to wait patiently to reach the first item coming in, the second item coming from these two champions before they're really able to show greatness in the Rift.
Exactly. Similar to the other marksmen, they still need at least one item for them to be very effective. Now G2 Blacklist is focusing. Oh, hang on, Ime.
Dangerous position. Ime already down low. Luna's still putting out that pressure.
Okay.
Dragon will be secured by the side of KT.RY, and Ime is in a bit of a pickle. Luna jumps in, denies the recall, forces out the Dominus here. But right now, with Zero coming in as well, could be no escape. Zero jumping in, knockup is there, and KT.RY secures their second kill of the game.
Yeah, Draw is here. Well, possibly.
Into the rescue. Two-man CC as well. Hope for that knockup. And Draw just puts out damage onto Luna. But in the end, the damage is not enough. Paul waits patiently into the backside. But Katie goes and visits him. Has sights on Daw as well. But will not pursue for the all-land.
Yeah, the advantages here by KT.RY, just the fact that they were able to finally deny a first dragon from G2 Blacklist is a positive sign for the Korean team, and G2 Blacklist was not able to capitalize on the overstay and the overextension here in the bottom lane. 2-0 kill count, and again the problem still persists. You're seeing a massive gap on the Baron side. Ime really is struggling. This is kind of expected, right? Like you lose a lane as a Renekton, it will just be a downhill battle from here on out, and they need to team fight as fire, right? By then, at least Ime will have the dominance and will have the enough damage to threaten the squishy champions, and does have the lockdown coming in from the Rootless Predator. So That's how it is, right? Like, as a Renekton, you need a team fight to recover. But it's easily being denied for the decision-making here by KT.RY.
And this is what we have emphasized, right? During the draft, even coming into the first couple of minutes into this game, that, you know what, G2 Blacklist is a team fight composition. They're heavily relying on the fact that they have On the Hunt with Sivir. But before then, you have Draw coming into the backside as well. The ultimate connects Hecarim with the onslaught of shadows. The fear was perfect. And now KT.RY lost a huge chunk of damage. And they have to really just play it a bit more safe. Hug the tower for now.
Yeah, this is the playmaking by Aaron in full display. Sorry, but Aaron has to be careful. Draw.
Again for the bomb. Will not connect. A 0 as well. Being deleted by Set.
What?
Draw.
That was a huge amount of damage. It felt like a punch from a Filipino icon. Yeah, we know and love, right? Like that haymaker definitely put to sleep someone from KT.RY. That evens out the kill count. Draw. Another one.
Overextending it quite a bit. The flash coming from Dog connected. And that will be another kill for the side of KT.RY. World Ender already forced out. KT is a little bit in danger with a lot of sustainability onto Dog. They have to burn it for now, but soon enough, the turret will fall and KT.RY get the buy one, take one into the bottom lane.
Yeah, and now they're feeling the pressure here in the top lane. They do have enough wave clear though, but it's still very dangerous, especially knowing that Zero, one of the best tower diving supports that we have in the game in the Alistar, is pretty much present. And all of a sudden, KT.RY has found themselves enough separation. That's a 3-2 in terms of kill count and 2-0. 2-1 in terms of towers. But nonetheless, you look at the tempo, you look at the momentum. It's really favoring KT.RY, not to mention that Daw is enjoying a 2-0-1 start today.
Yeah, and the thing is, as the phrase says, right, you have to pick your poison. And in each regard, there are consequences coming for it. And the price to pay once again for G2 Blacklist, individually speaking, here into the early game, it's not going to be as impressive. It's not going to be as landslidey as to be expected just because of how their draft has been lined up. This draft will show success coming into the following minutes. In 12 minutes to 15 minutes, wherein they're already good to go when it comes to team fighting.
Ime is really getting bullied very hard here by Rattel. I expect him to just continue to press on forward. And again, no team fights as of yet. And, you know, if there will ever be a team fight, especially when with this Aatrox being this ahead, right? He's already level 11. He will have enough damage to really threaten the squishy members of G2 Blacklist, and Aaron has to be careful. He does have the package though, which is a very good thing to have, especially when it comes to dire situations. But G2 Blacklist defending this tower so well. The package though is set to expire soon.
And look at the separation that G2 Blacklist did. Draw was there just to zone away KT.RY while they go in for the break, but KT.RY got a tier 2 in top side.
Wow. Again, the win condition of having Rattel on your side is just so pure. Just using the ultimate, lead strike, the counter strike. Ime is in a pinch here once again.
In danger, has to force out the flash. The calling is there, but Ime was able to really just pursue that with a maneuverability that he has coming into the bot side of the map. Zero now forced out draw into the turret. It was just so good, but denies it with a little bit more shield, but not enough. And now Golden Kite is in danger, stuck between two champions of KT.RY as it gets pinned out. And KT.RY got a triple kill from that fight.
Signed, sealed, and delivered. And now G2 Blacklist is feeling the retaliation from the squad of KT.RY, continuing the pressure and getting a potentially another tower here in the mid lane.
Ime tanking all of these damage, but
take
that's
one.
not gonna keep you alive. KT.RY with how much they're fed, that just brought him down so easy.
Yeah, it's not as clean as game number 1. You can see it right here, right now. Luna is just enjoying a better matchup overall. KT on the Hecarim, no team fight. Really, right? Like no 5v5 team fight. It's all about the skirmishes. And so far, when it comes to skirmishes, it's all KT.RY. They have the man advantage. They have all that they need to get the advantage. At least so far in the 11 minutes and 30 seconds. The only positive thing that I could think of for G2 Blacklist is it's not that big of a hole, right? Like a 2.5k goal lead. We've seen worst Right? We've seen worse. We've seen 10K, and G2 Blacklist was able to come back from those massive deficits in the past. But still, you know, we have to still credit KT.RY. They're still doing a very good job overall, and G2 Blacklist is really finding a hard time in you know, looking for the team fight that they wanted.
Indeed. Right, we have so much praise to G2 Blacklist's game number 1 with how good they performed, but we still have to remember KT.RY is one of the strongest here in APAC. They were able to beat Naos Esports, which was formerly, from what we have seen, one of the top leaderboard rankings as well coming into the APAC conference. Now Zero coming into the backside has that isolation. Draw comes into fray as well. Onto the shadows into the back lines with KD having to reach down. Daw with Aatrox gone. This will be G2 Blacklist's fight, and now Rattel is in danger coming to the front lines. KD jumps in to that team fight as well, but with the numbers advantage for G2 Blacklist, they have every advantage in their pocket, and KT.RY has to respect that.
Pretty much needed break by G2 Blacklist, but it's not yet over. Rattel is here.
They're jumping back in. Rattel is in danger. Draw goes in with a CC onto 2 of the members with Zero and Rattel. Rattel leaps into the backside. Golden Kai will be the target, but with how much HP he has left, he has to retreat, and with the clutch of time, he leaps to his teammates to survive.
Rattel is still super good. Knows what needs to be done in any given situation, and was able to escape death just by using a leap strike onto a target. And now G2 Blacklist, they're feeling the pressure right now. Although, if anything, you know, that was a impressive way to shut down and slow down the rampage of Daw, and that was very much needed, right? It also exposed the fact that when it comes to a team fight, the Aatrox will just go down just from the amount of damage, and again, the draft overall here by G2 Blacklist. It's so hard to team fight as an Aatrox, and that's why they went for, you know, skirmishes from the first few minutes of the game, which they were very successful in doing so. But in a team fight scenario, right, if it's going to be a 5v5, G2 Blacklist will still have the opportunity to deal the lethal blow on towards Daw. Again, the game plan for G2 Blacklist: you control the Aatrox, you control the game.
Yeah, and the thing is, Daw cannot be as aggressive that he could be coming into that prior 5 minutes into the game, 7 minutes into the game. Now G2 Blacklist having a couple of Grievous Wounds items into their inventory already, so that will negate a lot of the sustainability with the World Ender from Daw. So KT.RY still has to really put that into perspective and put that into the equation on how they go about fights.
Yeah, no Dragon Soul available to be taken here by KT.RY. So if you're G2 Blacklist, you still have the opportunity to at least let go of this objective if they don't feel that the team fight is in their favor. But KD trying to get the angle for an onslaught of shadows to start a team fight. A 5v5 is what G2 Blacklist wants, especially with a package available for Aaron, but that is set to expire soon.
KD already starting up.
Culling
will not pursue for the onslaught of shadows. Baited out the culling as well. And KT.RY's micro game as well is really good. And now Draw is stuck into the middle of this fight. Ultimate's coming in over the wall, over the hills, and that will be the death of him. And now Daw with a World Ender as well with extra mobility. Zero follows through. And the CC chain from both these players. Zero and Daw connection. That was just KT.RY signal to really go all in. A 3-member slap for G2B with KT.RY already looking for the Baron.
Oh man, and they are on their vision right now. Rattel just has one thing in mind. Daw has to be careful though. He's already less than half health, and KD is still here to challenge this Baron.
Yeah, and you have Golden Kite as well. If they do not remove Golden Kite, the On The Hunt is still ready. And right now, with the Stasis Ancient as well, bought time for KT.RY. Rattel brings down Silver, and now it's Ime who will be not connect onto those team fight as well, as KD is already being chased out. Baron Nashor still being started, but KT.RY as TVs come forward, but there's no more jungler left for G2 Blacklist. There's no more opportunity for them to pursue for this objective.
And the extended team fight will definitely favor KT.RY. Not yet done though. Aaron goes in and will most likely die.
Draw goes into the backside as well and hopes to really just disassemble the back lines, but KT.RY doesn't care. And now Draw, Ime opts to go back away. They do not have much HP as well to survive. There's a Zero. Goes in with a Hex Flash over the wall. Rattel has them. The zoning capability of KT.RY is just too good. And now the Baron Nashor is still being started, but with 1k left, KT.RY secures the objective.
That was a long takedown of the Baron, and KT.RY was able to juggle the Baron damage so well. We have a clear advantage. The side of KT.RY, what a way to do it. First off, they know that KT is here to challenge, and again, when it comes to the Hecarim, you still have to respect the fact that the Onslaught of Shadows can traverse over the walls, and you look at the decision making here by KT.RY, right? Like, they're not going all in. They don't want a 50-50. They want to turn, they want to kill KT, and that they were successful in doing so. And the result is a Baron takedown. KT.RY going for a push, and this looks like a 1-1 after this game.
KT.RY wants to open up the gates. Mid lane already down, but the inhib turret's gone for G2 Blacklist. And KT.RY wants to utilize the Baron Nashor as well to take another inhib turret down for themselves. Mega Inferno Bomb for that initial damage. Draw coming into the back lines. Onslaught of Shadows coming in from KT. Disassembles Luna and also Acrobat. But Acrobat gone. KT.RY cannot pursue for the Nexus as well with a 5v4 not going into their favor.
Wait, hang on. I've seen this movie before. Every time that we consider Draw and company out of the equation already, G2 Blacklist always find a miraculous team fight. They were able to defend the bot side, and the Elder Dragon is alive for the taking here. G2 Blacklist will still have the opportunity. Draw goes in.
Eyes on Zero, but that's a tanky champion that we're talking about, and the thing
is,
the Elder Drake will be much more important, but they do not know. Daw is just around the corner, just on the surface level, jumps in over the wall as well, goes back in the hills, right quadrant jungle will be where the jungler is at for KT.RY with a world ender as well, comes in, Ime will be deleted with a blink of an eye. G2 Blacklist will falter, and now KT still alive, hoping to get that kill onto Zero. Rattel is gone, removed and deleted, and now Daw and Acrobat is the only one left standing, coming for the likes of KT.RY, but Aaron and Golden Kite cannot fight this with 1 HP. Aaron's micro game won't be able to really just buy time for this, but Golden Kite, he has to reset, he has to retreat, but he's spotted, but Daw is already too low as well. The Nexus is open, KT.RY wants to end it, wants to take it down to a 1-1 series, but Golden Kite won't be able to go in for the recall already, but the Nexus shall fall, and KT.RY brings it 1-1.
It was super close, and again, that clutch cancellation of the recall was pretty much needed by KT.RY. A very well played game number 2. And we head over to game number 3, all knotted up, all dead even here in Infinity. What a series so far.
Dead even. A tiptoe matchup between these two teams, a brawl of rivalries born into the APAC conference. It was so amazing to watch how KT.RY played out as well, despite the numbers game disadvantage for them coming into the end of it. They're still able to succeed.
Dude, Rattel is on crack, right? Like, he was unstoppable. He was looking for the back line, stalling them out, preventing them to deal damage on towards the primary targets. Does have the counter-strike, stasis, every utility needed to really prevent the members of G2 Blacklist to deal a massive amount of damage. And I really think that KT.RY's priority on towards the Jax was the key to their success in game number 2, right? Just the fact that they were able to punish Ime so hard on the top side opened up all opportunities for KT.RY to get the late game that they wanted, and with Rattel enjoying a hefty lead, it's so easy for him to execute.
And that's one of the big things that Ajax has in perspective when it comes to League of Legends Wild Rifts, especially coming into competitive scene, that sometimes is overlooked, despite, you know what, having to tunnel vision onto the tankiness, the defensive capability of the likes of Jax. The Counter-Strike could always change the tides of games.
Yeah, it was so good. I'm still having goosebumps altogether all throughout, because he was pretty much the biggest reason, alongside Daw, which is going to be awarded the MVP. I mean, he deserves the MVP after getting a 9-1-2 scoreline. That's the 8th MVP of the jungler of KT.RY. But I'm not really going to shy away from saying that it was really Rattel. When Daw went down, it was Rattel that stabilized everything, right? We have to remember there was one team fight that Daw went down, doesn't matter, they still have Rattel.
That's always important. If a mana is down, you have to always give that extra support. But with a Darkened Blade, so much aggression coming into the Rift. Can they replicate what they did coming into Game 2? As we take a short break, we're going to really look into what can happen in Game 3. But don't go away as we can come back into the series.
See, it's just a scarecrow. Aren't you afraid?
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
We're back into the upper bracket finals. We're in. Once again, the rivalries of APAC has been born. It's now an even level playing field, 1-1 for both sides. KT.RY brought back coming into game 2.
We're down to a best of 5. And now we have our first adjustment. Bringing in a substitution is G2 Blacklist. They will be subbing out Ime in favor of Carl. And again, the dynamic changes, right? Because again, we look into KT.RY. They are a bunch that wants to play around Rattel. Rattel was the one that got the early game advantage. The first few minutes of that game, And now they're bringing in a young gun, like one of the youngest players that we have in the tournament, in the Baron lane, in Carl.
Yeah, Carl has been brought in by G2 Blacklist, and they now go in for the red side selection as well, as been picked up by G2 Blacklist. But as always, KT.RY once again, as always have been emphasized, is still one of the strongest coming into the APAC conference. Now it's up to them to really show up and prove G2 Blacklist that they are the strongest in the APAC, as well as G2 Blacklist doing the same thing coming into the series. But for now, jumping into the graph, Vi and the Aatrox immediately removed.
G2 Blacklist does not want to deal with the Aatrox. That was a problem in game number 2, and though we'll have to choose a different jungler this time. Never mind the nerfs, it wasn't really felt by Daw, right? Like the way he played it out, the jungle clear speed of the Aatrox really did not slow down Daw in his quest to win that game number 2. And for KT.RY, it's all about making sure that they get their win conditions set and ready. Akali is going to be banned away here, as well as the Evelyn and the Vi, which leaves... what do you think will be the potential pick here? I'm really thinking that KT.RY will really default back to the Jax priority. Oh, they're going for the Camille, so it will be the Camille for KT.RY and a potential Renekton answer from G2B.
Could possibly be. G2 Blacklist, looking back, Renekton has been one of the champions that they've used even back in Season 1, so that could still be the option for them, for G2 Blacklist, for Carl more specifically. But I definitely do love the Galio pickup still, because the thing is, if they leave it open for KT.RY, it could get locked in into the second rotation.
Alright, well, just bring the best duo ultimate combo that we have had so far. And G2 Blacklist is prioritizing getting the Lucian this time. So far, in both games 1 and 2, the impact of Lucian is pretty much felt for both sides. And this is also another good pickup from G2 Blacklist. We're going to look into how RY will be responding. And they will be going for another Acrobat favorite in the Xayah. Xayah has shown a lot more resiliency in this tournament alone, just because of the laning prowess that this champion brings in. I still remember one of the player from J-Team, X1 specifically. He's a god on the Xayah, and he really showed everyone what Xayah is capable of.
Yeah, and now the big question is G2 Blacklist going to do something that Naus has done back in their games up against KT.RY, wherein they did the Galio Lucian, and then they brought out the Nautilus coming into the first rotation of picks into the draft. And that is still open for G2 Blacklist, and given how KT has been playing, that, you know what, we're going in for those carries instead. That is not something that G2 Blacklist really goes in 100% of the time, but it will be shocking if it turns out for that. But instead, as we have emphasized a while ago, Renekton is still a really good option for Carl. G2 Blacklist.
This is a lot easier for G2 Blacklist to pull off now, right? Like if Ratel will be on the Camille, it's not as oppressive of a lane in comparison to the Jax, because the Jax versus Renekton, if you really know the matchup as a Jax, chances are you will really be getting the advantages that you need, come mid-game, come early game. And G2 Blacklist has one thing in mind. Carl is known for his very good laning phase, right? And now being allowed to show his potential under Renekton will be the key here. We have to remember that Carl was the one who played during the Cerberus Esports series, so it's not a surprise substitution whatsoever.
Yeah, it definitely is not. G2 Blacklist have been switching up Carl, have been switching out Ime quite consistently as well over the past few months, back in the regular stages that we've had, so this is not a big surprise. But coming into the bans here, Jax and Shen removed for G2B, and Lee Sin and Kha'Zix has to be the answer here by KT.RY.
Lots of targets against KD once again. And we've seen this movie before. They're going for the Yone for KD. Gives him the flexibility to be that late game carry every time that we see KD on the Yone. Lots of good things happen to the side of G2 Blacklist. And with the support available from the Galio, he can really go for those long range engages. Oh wow, KT.RY going for a curveball here. I'm really guessing that this is going to be the Gwen for Rattel, and it will be the Camille
Definitely is.
going over to Daw in the jungle. So this is the flexibility that KT.RY has in their draft, trying to outmaneuver G2 Blacklist during the drafting phase.
Yeah, and there's not a single shred of doubt that Rattel will be the one using Gwen on. Once again, we have emphasized this. This is the trump card that we have seen come forth into the ban lane for KT.RY every single time. But as you have mentioned, G2 Blacklist, this is a movie series that we have watched with the main character being KT with a Yone. So expectations are set that KT will be something that we have to look at coming into this game.
And the expectations are met here. Infinity, it will be Rattel playing the Gwen against the Renekton. You can really poke down the Renekton, right? But it still is a very skills heavy matchup. It's not always an auto win for the Gwen, but the longer the game goes, of course, for sure, if the Gwen goes unchecked, he's definitely going to be one of the threats come team fights. Not to mention that the Shroud really allows for her to deal massive impact when it comes to team fighting, especially against the double marksman composition, right? And that's where Gwen really showcases herself as an elite pick. Not to mention it's Rattel piloting Gwen. Do you have the win rate of Rattel on this pickup? Surely it's above 70%, right?
I don't have it like immediately on me, but 100% it's above 80%. There's no doubt that Rattel having the Gwen in his hands, has lost a lot of times.
Yeah, it's pretty much one of the reasons why we think Rattel is pretty much the cornerstone for KT.RY ever since the team was brought into the Wild Rift competitive. Every time we scout and we try to study KT.RY, we have one person in mind, and it's always Rattel. And for KT.RY, it's pretty much going to be a very slow start. But Luna is going to use a Xayah in the mid lane, not the normal mid laner we often see, at least in our ranked games. But now in competitive, it's being used here by Luna.
Yeah, and I think it makes a lot more sense as well, given how the draft is for G2 Blacklist, right? They brought in the Lucian, they brought in the Ezreal. If you put in Aaron
solo.
If they brought in the Ezreal coming into the mid lane, into the bottom lane up against Xayah, it's going to be Ezreal who has that advantage just because of the pokes.
This mid lane has been so heated, right? Aaron and Luna really wants to show who's the boss in the mid lane, and that was a very scary skirmish for both sides, right? Both of them went away with 1 HP. I believe the summoner's advantage was on the side still of Luna, just showing that, at least now on the Xayah, it's a lot easier than compared to the Ezreal versus Lucian that we saw from game number 1.
Yeah, it is. How G2 Blacklist consistently does this. Aaron does a 50-50 of those massive engages, but on his head, it's not a 50-50. It's like a 80-20, 70-30 type of thing.
Draw!
Flashes, goes in with a shield of Duran, follows up with a CC. Aaron just follows up with a damage. G2 Blacklist secures the first blood.
This is the beauty of G2 Blacklist rotations in the early stages. They recognize the fact that there is no flash available for Luna, and immediately there to capitalize is draw on the Galio. On the top side, you look at Carl, he's just trying to control the lane. He knows that his jungler is just beside him if he's ever needed. Let's look at that replay once again. Draw was spotted on a ward, but did not get respected here by Luna.
Yeah, he did not even have to use the Justice Punch for the knockup. He just used it for that distance closer. It was just too good. And I'm telling you, Draw is a silent killer. He may not have the most lights into the showcases every single time at the MVP titles, but he does so much for the team.
Oh yeah, for sure, right? Like, he's also the team captain of G2 Blacklist.
Yeah.
So when it comes to how effective G2 Blacklist has been, it's centered around the fact that Draw is one, their team captain, and two, their most tenured member of the team. So if he goes in, he's definitely going in hard.
Definitely is. It's been the storyline every single time, and this is just the surface level of it. But once again, G2 Blacklist going for the 3-man rotation on top side of the map, but Ritel's just too good with a Gwen.
Yeah. And Carl was not able to get at least a second slice close enough. Ritel has... Okay, 0 is here. I don't think there will be any dive. No Dominus. None whatsoever. Again, just going back. Carl had the opportunity to go for the dice and connect it over to the Gwen. But Luna...
Goes in, Hextech Ultimatum onto draw as well.
Two-shot
barrage is missed out just because of the Feather Storm. And Golden Kite in danger already, but Piercing Arrow will not be enough. And G2 Blacklist got a death of their own as KT.RY answers back.
It's a 1-for-1 kill count, and that's the, again, Luna just finding the right angle to get that return kill against draw this time. And what an interaction, right? Like a true shot barrage almost hitting its mark, but again, a very well-timed Feather Storm negated the true shot barrage, showing the mechanics of Luna. But one thing is for sure, right? Like G2 Blacklist knows that there will be no Feather Storm and no flash available for Luna for any succeeding team fight in the next few minutes. So G2 Blacklist should be content in still going for a team fight regardless where it is, especially knowing that in 30 seconds the first objectives will spawn up.
Yeah, and given how their draft is, I feel like now they're going to opt to go for the Drake, right? On how their playstyle is coming into game number 1 as well. Fate sealed coming right through. Is the fate going to be sealed though by Luna? And that will be, yes, it will be the death of him, but Carl is already down low as Zero answers back.
It's a 1-for-1, and again, it's G2 Blacklist recognizing that there is no Feather Storm and Flash available to the marksman. But KT.RY was still able to get the response that they needed. Now, the Rift Herald is being started by KT.
And they're eyeing onto the Rift Herald. Shockingly enough, G2 Blacklist wants that early game advantage. Knocks up onto 1 with a Justice Punch. Shielded Durant to follow up. And now it will be the time for KT to follow in. As they will be able to get Rift Herald out of the hands and out of the grasp of KT.RY. Wow. But KT.RY wants to get their values back. But in the end, G2 Blacklist will still succeed from that fight.
It's a big team fight win early stages. G2 Blacklist just knows what to do. They went for Daw. Daw was pretty much a sitting duck, and he got targeted down by G2 Blacklist, not allowing for a 50-50 to ever happen. Let's look at that replay once again. You look at Daw. Daw was slowly getting chunked down, and that thought coming in from draw was clutch. Even with the Hextech Ultimatum, it did not save his life. It was just an easy picking from here on out. Look at the true shot barrage connecting onto 3, and this is the power of G2B.
Yeah, the coordination was phenomenal, and that, in addition to the Rift Herald, they secure the Ice Drake for themselves, and G2 Blacklist 2 out of 2 objectives.
Yeah, and now also getting some tower plates here in the bottom lane. Still has the opportunity to get the first tower. Now Ritel is receiving a huge chunk of damage from the tower. Needs to respect that as well. Everything is going. Oh, check that. Wow, okay, what a retaliation. What a response by KT.RY. As soon as I said that G2 Blacklist is getting the start that they wanted, KT.RY went for a play of their own.
A tank is not a tank up against 2 ADCs for KT.RY. That's huge damage for the likes of Varus and Xayah. And now G2 Blacklist just has to play it a bit more safe, right? Has to play it a bit more patient. Now that they've secured 2 objectives, now they had the 1k gold lead, not as much, but they could just keep it up.
Yeah, and the 1k gold lead that we are seeing here, Infinity is on towards the side of KD. He's looking for another play.
Soul Unbound, Fate Sealed will not connect as the Feather Storm is used. KD has to go back to his body. But in the end, no trades, no values will be taken away by G2B.
An ult for an ult, and KD just going back after clearing the camps here on towards the blue quadrant. He's finally going to go for a quick rotation on the top side, but Daw is there to still be the first one to assist Ritel on the top side. Overall, you're looking at the laning phase. The top side is pretty much even between the Renekton and the Camille. The bottom lane, though, has some switcheroo happening, right? Like the marksman or the dragon laner went to the mid lane, and then we have the mid laner here being assisted by the support. Oh, Zero! He messed up his combo, surely.
Yeah, unfortunate, and that will push back Acrobat, but in the end, Rattel as well coming into the top side of the map. Carl and KT will be successful in taking him down.
Yeah, showing themselves on the bottom lane just gave information that G2 Blacklist does have the advantage here on the top side, and there to capitalize is the combo of the Renekton and the Camille. Let's look at that replay once again. Finally, this time, Carl is not going to miss the Rootless Predator, and pretty much is an easy execution without needing the Fate Sealed. That's an easy assassination from the top side of G2 Blacklist. That's a tower taken down as well. And G2 Blacklist, again, trying to deny and delay Luna from going back.
Ooh, Sorrow as well just jumps in. But at this point, it's just both the supports being a nuisance to each other.
Yeah.
Like, delaying the recall of Luna and Zero just being annoying up against Bill.
Yeah. And Luna is trying his best to try to sustain his opponent, but he has to be careful. He's really low in health. Okay.
Golden Kite just got deleted.
Oh, Aaron.
Now in danger, being ignited, but Draw coming into the backside as well. Shadow Duran will not connect as Luna with a Feather Storm is just on a perfect time to be able to keep him alive.
Yeah, but the Fenners did not really connect on towards Draw and Aaron, and again, it's just a pristine movement. KT is here.
Going in with a Fate Sealed. Good flash coming from Luna, but he goes back into his body and he meets Stream members of KT.RY. That will be the death of him. Now Aaron has to dash away, has to run away, but Draw as well. Just this punch will not be able to be successful. And KT.RY, just like that, got a triple kill.
That counter punch coming in from KT.RY is just so good. Rattel is here to pay a visit. Golden Kite got caught in that chain of corruption. So clean for KT.RY.
Again, Acrobat does far. He's always going back and forth. Going into the mid lane, going into the bottom lane. Always consistent into supporting his teammates to be able to gain onto this chain of corruption. Deal those extra damage with a piercing arrow. It is phenomenal how chemistry is and how coordination works for both these teams. And even for KT.RY.
KT did not know that Daw was here to respond, and he used the sweeping lenses, knew that he was not spotted, but it's all about positioning yourself in the perfect opportunity. You see that was the easiest double kill of Daw in this game, and that was pretty much a needed retaliation by Daw because he was really getting out jungled by KT at least for the first few minutes of this game. Now the next objective has spawned up. Zero going in.
Knocks up onto one, forces out the Gargoyle Engine as well for Draw. To be able to be more sustaining into that fight. And Draw will be alive, but lost so much chunk of HP.
Yeah. It's our first 5v5 in KT. Starting this dragon. Carl knows that he needs to find Rattel, and he will be successful in doing so. So now KT.RY will respond with a push here in the middle, and KT needs to be careful, trying to play with fire, and is now getting targeted by the piercing arrows.
Macro game for KT.RY though forces out G2B to go back a bit. They have to play onto the mid lane as well, how KT.RY has pushed this lane in favor of them. Fate Sealed over the wall was surprising.
That did not hit the mark. Anyone, right? Like, and then now G2 Blacklist is getting out macroed here by KT.RY, being forced onto a corner. Acrobat free hitting on towards the second tower, and KT.RY.
Ooh, hook shot along with a flash connects onto KT. There's just no escape. Even if the hero's entrance comes through, there's no possibility of that actually saving himself. And now KT.RY has every single bit of advantage into their favor with 2 members left for G2B. Aaron is stuck onto the blue buff pit, and that will be KT.RY getting 4 kills already, with Golden Kite being the lone wolf for the Blacklist team.
And we know the 12-minute mark is the signal for the Baron to spawn up, with KT.RY enjoying a hefty advantage. KT.RY will target down this Baron.
Golden Kite though, being quite aggressive, have the HP advantage. Luna has to force out the flash as well to be able to go back into safety, but Golden Kite is poised to be able to go through as well to deny the possibility of that objective. TP's come through for KT, but the timer's too late. Rattel is still being chased. Golden Kite is putting him down, into a race, into a marathon. Now Rattel is stuck between two people. The G2 Blacklist will not pursue for the chase.
That execution from KT.RY, super quick and clean. They knew that KD did not have the Fate Shield available, and that was an easy lockdown. Oh!
Mountain Drake now being started once again as Carl goes back to retreat.
Aaron.
There's just so much power from Rolster-Y.
And this is the second dragon of the game heading over to KT Rolster-Y. It's a 1-to-1. And KT.RY still has the Baron buff to push possibly the inhibitor tower here in the mid lane. The late game scaling champions of G2 Blacklist not yet online. All those team fights in the favor of KT.RY.
Yeah, and G2 Blacklist lost another turret of their own coming into the mid lane as tier 2 falls down. KT Rolster-Y is currently at a strong hold into this game. 4k gold lead already up against G2 Blacklist.
And doubling the kills as well, so to speak here. Infinity 16 kills to 8. Acrobat currently deathless, 5 kills, 3 assists. It's all about getting the advantage. Whenever they wanted a fight, it's to the advantage of KT Rolster-Y. Their execution is just so good.
X-Flash being readied up. We'll be able to have the sights onto Aaron, but with good game sense goes back into inhib turret, but that will be the cost of the tier 2 turret into the bottom lane.
Exactly. Now KT Rolster-Y, after getting the tower in the mid lane and the bot lane, just go back, spend those unspent gold. You look at the gold difference. It's at 4k already, right? 4,111 is the largest gold lead that we have. If anything, G2 Blacklist is all about scaling, right? So the longer this game goes, the better it is for them. We know their capability, especially on the Yone when it comes to late game team fighting. But it's easier said than done, especially against the KT.RY team.
Yeah, it definitely is, right? It will be proven difficult on how they're able to come back coming into this huge deficit and coming into this adversity that meets them, because we still have to emphasize that, you know what, they still have Xayah, they still have Varus, and Varus is pretty much not the most scaling champions of all things, but still having super strength coming into this. And now Carl is being stuck onto the X-Tech ultimatum. There's just no escape, but the Fate Seal connecting onto 2 will be able to get that knock up in. The Kali connects onto Luna as well, forcing out the Flash to be able to retreat. Aaron is down low and Acrobat finishes them up. Now Zero will be able to go back to retreat, but in the end it's 2 for 1.
Yeah, Acrobat has been so good in game number 3. He's continued to impress. Got the kill onto Aaron. It was a net positive trade for KT Rolster-Y. Let's look at that replay once again, right? Carl getting spotted here. And that slice and dice being prevented by the Hextech ultimatum. The hero's entrance was there. Carl trying to dice away and then immediately flashing in to get that assassination on towards Daw was good. But look at the retaliation. It's Acrobat. This guy is on fire. And all his skill shots attached on towards the primary target. So far, 6 kills to the guy with no deaths.
Yeah, and there was just no information that Aaron could play with from that fight. He just went in for the chase, hoping to get a kill onto Luna, but unfortunately, Acrobat was just waiting over the hill. He was just saying hello, and then when he said hello, it's just over, and now Draw wants the same fate, but we'll be able to retreat back to the top quadrant jungle, back to his own safety, and KT Rolster-Y.
It's all about preventing them from getting vision around the Baron pit, although there is one ward that was placed here by G2 Blacklist, easily cleared by KT Rolster-Y. This is where KT Rolster-Y is at their best, right? Whenever they go for macro plays centered around the Baron pit, they can force team fights and force those pickoffs, especially knowing that they do have 2 of the best engaged tools that can lock you down, the Hextech ultimatum or the Headbutt Pulverize coming in from Zero. Pretty much the reason why G2 Blacklist is really trying their best to have Draw face check and check the Baron pit if it's being started here by KT Rolster-Y. Now KT Rolster-Y will just be backing away.
And there's absolutely no vision. I mean, prior to the ward placed there by KT, there was just no vision. And KT.RY's control of this game
Yeah.
is off the chart. It's too good how they turn things around from the massive goal deficit that they received coming into the early game.
Yeah.
Now it's a 3K goal lead for them.
It's the way KT.RY controlled the mid game, and Acrobat also being so impressive so far. There will be no third dragon in the game. It will go straight into an Elder Dragon, and G2 Blacklist is ready for a team fight. 5-man strong is their play here now. Carl needs to be careful because Zero can just get himself into a position to engage onto the members of G2B.
Yeah, and they learned how KT.RY has played this. A very macro-centric. Right, and if they delay onto this bot side river, they could always get that push into the mid lane, and that forces out G2 Blacklist to really just hardcore decide onto going to the mid lane or pursuing for the objective.
Yeah, not to mention that the mid lane tower exposed right now is the inhibitor tower. Right? G2 Blacklist needed to back away. This time, KT.RY will play around the Elder Dragon this time. True Shot Barrage going to be used just to check vision, and Zero is here trying to, again, go for a pick off. Now, G2 Blacklist wants this mid lane tower, which has really hindered the push of G2 Blacklist for quite some time now.
It definitely is. Now G2 Blacklist pursuing for that vision check coming from Draw into the middle of it all. KT into the mid lanes as well. But right now, G2 Blacklist still very healthy when it comes to HP, aside from Draw. Getting so much damage already coming through. Half HP left.
Yeah, finally. And Draw does have the Warmog's armor available. He will heal up, and KT is still here, 50-50 on the Elder Dragon.
And now they're playing the macro game themselves. G2 Blacklist wants to push the mid lane along and denying the objective. And KT.RY has to play this very clever and very perfect timed if ever they want the Elder Drake. Because G2 Blacklist, if they take this down, they could end the game. And now Elder Drake already down low, 1k HP. It's G2 Blacklist who lost it, and KT.RY secures the objective. And now they are forced to retreat. They have to go back because the Elder Drake could finish them up. And thus far, KT.RY will not be able to get a kill out from that. Rattel though chasing down Golden Cut with Ignite, taking him down. Rattel already on a chase, and that will slice them up.
That said, KT.RY just opened up this game in their favor. The Elder Dragon buff will definitely help them a whole lot. And when it comes to team fighting, the execution, the extra true damage is just too much for G2 Blacklist, especially knowing that Golden Kite is on the death chamber. Now this Baron is surely going to get started by KT.RY.
Yeah, and nevertheless, this is very good for G2 Blacklist because they still got the inhibitor coming into the mid lane, but this is not that good. When KT.RY engaged coming in to this fight, but they turn things around. Daw is deleted already, and now Zero and Luna as well, trying in hopes to get those kills. Draw will be traded with a 1-for-1, and KT.RY has to retreat because now Carl is being a deficit onto Rattel, having that 1v1. Yes, Rattel will win, but the minions are still pushing down. The macro level is insane.
Yeah, it is about denying the Elder Dragon buff from KT.RY. G2 Blacklist did a very good job. They pushed down the bottom lane, trying to remove Rattel out of the equation. They took down Daw, which means that the Baron is not going to get started anytime soon by KT.RY. And you look at KT with all these items, he's going for a 1v1 against the Baron laner. Will be respective. Still, you can see the win condition is really slowly checking its marks for G2 Blacklist.
It definitely is. G2 Blacklist knows how to play value here. Chain of Corruption will not connect as well. G2 Blacklist will be safe from the grasp of Acrobat for now. But thus far, their macro games, how they brought down an inhibitor coming into the mid lane, but still having that possibility of taking down the Elder Drake a while ago, and now pushing down bottom lane as well, is too good. And now G2 Blacklist, once again, as you have mentioned, as you have emphasized, they really just have to buy time, not to allow KT.RY on getting that Baron.
And now 22 minutes in, no more Elder Dragon buff available to KT.RY. This gold lead that you're seeing, it's negligible. Almost all carries that we have in the game are full items already. Right, you look at KT, just one more item, possibly the Guardian Angel, and once a Guardian Angel is up for KT, he can make more plays for himself and for his team. And there you go, Guardian Angel already completed for KT. Full item, 5.4k advantage in the jungle side.
And now knocks up, connects, Fate Sealed as well. Rattel is solo already, and Carl follows through. Numbers game advantage already in favor of G2 Blacklist. Now the Baron Nashor won't be an option for them.
Every time that we see G2 Blacklist in a late game situation with KD piloting the Yone, he's able to make plays, positive plays for the squad, and that was nothing different. KD again trying to get ahead of Acrobat. Will have enough separation, but G2 Blacklist knows that they are at the advantage, and positioning themselves for the Baron is the perfect play.
Clearing down the vision already. KT.RY has no info on what's happening onto the Baron's pit. And that will be the mid-tier enchant, giving them a little bit more information. And now Draw comes into the backside, zones away the enemy team. And now Fate Seal connects as well. The knockup is there. Culling is also used up, will not be connected onto anyone. But one is already down. Look at the Nexus being brought down by Carl. 1 HP. The backdoor will be successful. And Carl single-handedly brought them game 3.
G2 Blacklist recognized that Carl had the opportunity to end the game, and it's all about forcing KT.RY to fight them in a situation that they don't want to be in. G2B gets the advantage 2-1 off of that beautiful game number 3 come from behind win.
The macro level once again is so damn good. How Carl was able to go into the bottom lane, push that inhib, get that nexus, and prior to that, the inhib turret being broken down into the mid lane. Time and time again, G2 Blacklist is unfaltering coming into these games, into the series.
It was so good, right? Like, the way they trapped KT.RY when they had the Elder Dragon buff was so clean, right? It's not often that we see a team that secured an Elder Dragon buff not being able to use it at all. You have to give credit to the members of G2 Blacklist recognizing what to do at any given situation. KD, dude, is still a very big threat when he gets his hands on the Yone. Sure, right? It's not as flashy as the early game champions that we often see from KD, but when he gets his 5 items, he's always able to get the needed pick in the late game, and we saw what happened there, right? Acrobat showed himself up, and KD was there to finish. Even Rattel, right? It was KD that got Rattel in the end game. And man, oh man, the man deserves a medal, an MVP award for sure after that game number 3 performance.
Oh yeah, 100%. Especially considering how he played. If you consider and if you could recall that final fight onto Rattel getting that killed by KD, he waited for the wolves. He was just waiting for the opportunity, so the knockup was available. KD, micro level, getting that MVP title, well deserved coming to game 3.
It was so good. The game is not yet over, right? Like the series is not over. That was the longest game we've had so far. And yeah, it is to the credit of KT.RY. They want those long games, right? They are very confident when it comes to team fighting. But the primary reason why G2 Blacklist is always a good match against KT.RY is that their team fighting is also as good.
Yeah, their team fighting, their prowess coming into these games, it's really, really good, and it's really, really impressive. But the question is, can G2 Blacklist now pursue for that win, or if KT.RY could actually make it back? We're just gonna take a short break, but when we come back, it's game 4 of the series.
Feel the thorns embrace. Death is in bloom. None will escape my grasp.
It's just a scarecrow. Aren't you afraid?
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is. Feel the thorns embrace. Death is in bloom.
We're in to game 5 of the series with a massive backdoor win.
I'm out.
From
game 4.
Oh yeah, G2. Or game 4. I'm a little bit too excited coming into game number 5. I was like, are we already
So who
in
won game number 4 Infinity if we are already in game number 5?
I'm looking into the future, and the future dictates that it's still a mystery.
Yeah, I know. So I get you, right? You a little excited Infinity, I guess. But yeah, we are still in the 4th game. That was the halftime break that we often get, you know, when it comes to a best of 7 series. Again, to recap, we have a scoreline of 2-1 in the favor of G2 Blacklist. And what a way to win that game number 3. That was a come from behind victory off of a very good macro decision, layered one top of another by G2B.
Yeah, the push coming into the mid lane with the Elder Drake being the target of KT.RY, and then you have that backdoor push by Carl as well. It was too good. But you know what? Game 4 is just around the corner. You've called it, Otto. We're still not in game 5. We're still not in game 5, but we're still here in game 4, where G2 Blacklist is already on an advantage.
Yeah, it's a very small advantage though. Game count, it's just one win ahead of the opponent, and KT.RY is always a very formidable team to play against. No substitution for J2 Blacklist. It will still be Carl. And the difference now, Infinity, is that KT.RY has the opportunity to choose which side they will be playing. They're going for the red side.
Yeah, and red side thus far has been the favorites, if you may. Not just for the APAC teams, but also from the CN teams. Back in December, wherein the changes has been implemented coming into the ref, has been implemented coming into the competitive scene, it was seeing a lot of favorability coming into the side selection. And thus far, KT.RY also wants the red side coming into their games, and they will pick it up for themselves coming to game number 4, given that they've lost in game 3.
Yeah, we have to remember what happened in game number 2. They went for the Jax Aatrox lineup. That was so hard to face by G2 Blacklist, right? Like on the top side, Rattel was just having it. He had an island. He had every advantage needed against Ime, and that really tilted the game on towards their favor. So when we look ahead into game number 4, I won't be surprised if they go back to the Jax pickup, banning away the Camille, which is one of the good response to the Jax, right? And vice versa, right? But when it comes to the Camille, right, like we saw a flex pick by KT.RY in game number 3, putting the Camille on towards the jungle, and it's clear, Infinity, it's not the comfort champion of the.
Yeah, it's not a comfort champion. Nevertheless, he was still having a great time with Camille. Nevertheless, he was still able to get those punches back and forth up against G2 Blacklist. But really, it's not his mainstay champion, if you may.
No.
Coming into the overall gist of things into the ref. And thus far, with that said and done, G2 Blacklist won it through and through. And now we're jumping into the draft that we have for game 4.
Ooh, they ban away the Jax, and this is the response by Coach TG of G2 Blacklist. KT.RY will be defaulting back to the usual bans. And again, normally we see the Akali bans, we see the Evelyn ban. The Aatrox is also going to be banned away here by G2 Blacklist, prompting a potential Hecarim first priority for either side.
Yeah, it was. And now G2 Blacklist opts to really double down. This is what they did coming into prior game, wherein when they went into the red side selection, really have to focus on Daw, and they ban away the Aatrox, they ban away the Hecarim, but in exception of one more champion, wherein it was that consistent jungle that they have looked upon. But right now, bans are already set. Akali, Vi, Evelyn removed by KT.RY, but opens up the Camille as a priority for G2B.
And a very good pickup overall, because I feel like KT.RY will default back to the Renekton, which is a very good champion to lane against the Camille. But we all know that the Camille, the longer the game goes, and when it comes to team fights, the Hextech Ultimatum's value just brings a lot to the table. KT.RY finally will have a support of their choice. This is after, multiple bans against Zero. They are now able to pick up the Gragas for him. Let's see if it will be impactful this time. Oh, wow, okay, so doubling down. And similar to games 1, 2, and 3, the Lucian is heavily prioritized by the red side team.
Yeah, Lucian has seen so much light, especially with G2 Blacklist also prioritizing it at the red side selection. KT.RY as well, really jumping the ship with Lucian always having that pickup into the knockout stages that we have into the playoffs. But right now, G2B, with Ornn actually being open, they pick it up for themselves, and Ezreal is a standard matchup up against Lucian.
Yeah, at least when it comes to the scaling component, Ezreal will have the upper hand, and we all know the recent buffs to the Ezreal did really help him a lot, especially during the early stages of the game. KT.RY, no Jax, no problem for them since they still have the Gwen, which brings us to the question, what will Daw play today? Because you're seeing that the Vi has been banned away, and I am thinking that G2 Blacklist will have the opportunity to ban away the Kazakhs as well, leaving Daw. Wow. Okay. Even the Kazakhs is going to be banned by KT.RY, not G2B.
And yeah, that opens up a whole bag of worms here for KT.RY. Like, what champion are you going to be prioritizing? Because as soon as you said it, KT.RY is going to remove that insect out of the champion pool here. And now Shen is also removed for G2 Blacklist. And these are the focuses now when it comes to the jungle. And what? Yone as well being banned away.
What? Okay, so a lot of jungle bans all across the board. We're seeing the Aatrox, the Ekrim, the Shen, Kazakhs. Lee Sin is open still, which I think KT.RY will be happy to prioritize. No, that got banned away as well. Nautilus pickup potentially for both sides as one of the junglers available. We also have the quote-unquote unorthodox, like the Fiddlesticks, but KT.RY will still have access to the Riven, which is basically what was played by KD in game number 1.
Yeah, and I was thinking, like, G2 Blacklist could go for Camille and Riven just because they played it in the past. They could do it once again, but KT.RY just going in with a sneaky move and getting up the Riven instead.
What will be the pick here by KD? Brahmas, maybe? No, I'm kidding. But yeah, there's Jace. Yeah, Jace is also one of the champions that has been played a lot by KD. But it's not something that we kind of expected in patch 4.4c, just because the clear speed of Jace was pretty much nerfed, right? Like hardly. It was hard. It was nerf hammered by Riot's balancing team. That was the reason why KD is showing reluctance in picking this up. But again, with the situation provided, there is pretty much no option for him at all. And now G2 Blacklist has a very pokey set of composition.
Yeah, and I like the answer back of KT.RY as well. They pick up the Ashe for themselves, right? So having the poke composition for G2 Blacklist, yes, they have so much damage. It's more towards the glass cannon composition as we call it, right? Because the thing is, Camille is not always going to be present when it comes to those team fights, especially coming into the early game. We're in across the board, it's going to be the jungle, the mid lane, the bottom laners that will be prioritizing when it comes to these rotations. So expectedly, it will only be Ornn who will be the front lines. So this will be very difficult, especially reaching that level 5 wherein Ashe now has access, or Acrobat now has access onto the Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
Yeah, so lots of QSS also being open to the table of G2 Blacklist. One of the enchants that can really count long range engages. So this is pretty much a different approach to the game this time by G2 Blacklist, right? In game number 3, we saw KD playing the all-in Yone, in-your-face champion, right? Like, I'm going to get myself into the backline and kill your carry. This time around, he's going to join the poke party. You do have the Ezreal, you do have the Zoe, and you do have the Jace. So, if KT.RY will lose patience and will put themselves in a position that they will get chunked in terms of health, G2 Blacklist will have the opportunity when it comes to those long, drawn-out team fights.
Yeah, and at this point, G2 Blacklist really just has to play it a bit more patiently, given how the draft is played out, right? You do not want to really just force out these fights, except if and only if Ornn gets a really good setup, or if their mid laner, Zoe, gets a good CC coming through with a CP Triple Bubble.
Exactly, right? Like, those are the two initiates that is pretty much on the table. But we're going to enter a very quick pause. And we're going to check as to what caused the pause. But again, just going back into the draft, that definitely, right, like, this is one of the few times that we'll be seeing Jace in action in the current patch in the jungle, right? Like, the main reason why Jace is pretty much relegated as an off-meta champion right now in the jungle is because of the clear speed that got heavily nerfed in patch 4.4c, which is the one that we are playing right now. In fact, 4.4d actually, not C. So yeah, that's just a massive nerf overall. But we saw Aatrox also being nerfed heavily. It did not slow down DAW, so you know the thinking by KD here is, it's not the champion, it's the player.
Yeah, it definitely is, right? And at this point in time, it's now up to KT. Given how KT plays it, expectedly, or personally from what I'm expecting, he would go so much rotations into these lanes, especially hitting those level 3s. He can pay a visit coming into the mid lane. He can pay a visit coming into the bottom lane, because given with a Zoe into the mid lane and Ornn into the bottom lane, they have crowd control available. So that already checks one of the check boxes of what you want coming into those early game ganks to get those first bloods.
And Jace also has a surprising amount of damage, especially in the early stages, right? Having access to 6 skills, basically, right? If you have a full rotation of your skill, first, second, and third gets transformed onto another spell just by switching weapon. And that mainly is the reason why Jace is a very good champion to have, especially in the early stages of the game. Couple later stages of the game, he slows down, he scales down. But if you get access to a very good early game and mid game, Jace can definitely be a very big difference maker for your squad, and that is the goal for G2 Blacklist.
Yeah, it's a snowball type of champion. You want a very strong early game that could lead and alleviate some of the deficit of scaling that a Jace innately has coming into these games. So that is what G2 Blacklist is pretty much looking forward into. And as for KT.RY, I mean, their draft is pretty much standard, right? They go in Ratel with the Gwen. They pretty much have Riven as their jungler, Ashe into the bottom lane, Lucian into the mid lane, and Gragas. So it's a very standard draft wherein they have a lot of utility built into their bottom laners, and they have kind of a self-sustaining top laner, jungler, and even mid laner at that point, just because it's a Lucian.
Yeah. And wow, what a start by KT.RY here, right? Like, they are to invade the jungle here by KT. They have no information that this is already being started, unless Carl will be using the Scrying Bloom to get information that the jungle is already getting cleared. Golden Kite, oh, that's a very early flash being needed here by G2 Blacklist because of the aggression of KT.RY.
Yeah, so immediate massive advantage already for KT.RY, but now KT has been sought after by Luna. Gets the blue buff, but is being chased down by 3 members. Draw uses up the flash, knocks up onto Acrobat, but Acrobat and Zera just follows through with a flash of their own, and that will be the first blood by KT.RY.
The early game planning here by KT.RY is just so good, and that's a nightmare if you're a fan of G2 Blacklist. We talked about Jace being an early game oriented jungle champion, and he was basically denied of the opportunity to scale up the lane priority that was gifted over to KT.RY in the bottom lane, allowed it so that KD will be punished in his counter invade. And that said and done, KT.RY is enjoying a very good lead in the first few minutes of the game.
Yeah, and there's just so much layers to that on how G2 Blacklist pretty much lost a huge chunk of what we could call that possibility of that snowball, right? Because the thing is, first things first, the enemy jungler, Daw, has a much more good time into farming a lot of these jungle camps. Second of which, blue buff went to Acrobat. Third of which, there's a gold injection to KT.RY. So there's just so much layer that G2B lost.
Yeah, perfect, right? Oh.
Now, Carl in danger. Daw just pays a visit, and there's no hesitation at all for Y.
The plays by KT.RY has been close to perfect, and this is the way to start game number 4. Especially with what happened in game number 3 in Aaron. Oh no, solo kill.
Oh, that was so impressive. Luna,
that was so easy too, right? Like with the Lucian having the level advantage, getting to target down the very defenseless Zoe, and everything said and considered, is this all KT.RY in the first 3 minutes of this game.
Yeah, it's so good. It's not just a single lane that KT.RY has the advantage on. It's every single role, right?
Yeah.
Top side, it is Ratel's advantage. Jungle, Dog got a kill a while ago. G2 Blacklist lost the bottom lane priority, given that first blood to KT.RY already in the blue buff a while ago. So it's not looking that good when it comes to these early game plays for G2B.
Another engage here by KT.RY by Aaron. quick to his feet, will be able to disengage. And the respect is provided here by KT.RY. They knew that KD was coming. And so the wiser play is to back away. But wow, what a start.
Yeah, definitely what a start. CP Trouble Bubble goes into 0, but once again, looking at the HP of Aaron, there is no opportunity for him to even go for that engage. And yes, he still has, the paddle star. He could jump back into those fights, but one shot could delete him.
Yeah, playing with fire is Aaron here in the mid lane, but he's not enjoying the lane phase that he wanted, especially against one of the best lane bullies in the game in Illusion. Zoe is really having a problem. And now everything is, everything's said and done. At 4 minutes, KT.RY is enjoying a 2k gold lead, so they will have the opportunity to use this advantage to get the potentially, 2 objectives at 5 minutes. And that's what we often see. You gift a team this massive advantage and they will convert it into something bigger. So that will definitely be into consideration right now. Carl needs to back away and clear this wave to reset back just in time for a potential team fight.
Yeah, and G2 Blacklist pretty much has the trade objective. If ever KT.RY goes for the Herald or otherwise the Drake, G2B has to go for the other one instead. They couldn't fight. Yeah.
It's all about going for the trade. But they will be meeting with each other here in the Rift Herald. KT.RY will at least respect the early game burst damage of G2 Blacklist and will leave the Rift Herald for themselves.
Yeah, the knockback will not connect onto 0. Wow, the explosive cast along with that body slam was good. And right now, all ultimates already invested onto 0 as well. There's just no escaping that. Every single stacked upon himself. Now G2B puts up Shelly into the mid lane, gets a tower first blood.
Yeah, and the dragon was already eaten here by Daw. It's a 1-for-1 trade. But you look at the other sides of the map, right? Like the top side. By himself, Illusion was able to get a tower, and that's a lot of tower plays, a lot of gold for KT.
But definitely, G2 Blacklist with a 4-man rotation into the bottom side of the map. Repel is in danger already, and the knockoff is there. And Carl follows through, not even enough to finish him. And Daw answers back. The stun connected onto Ezreal. And now G2 Blacklist lost their bottom laner.
Perfectly placed knockup. Daw gets the return kill. And KT.RY not yet done. 0, I believe, does have the explosive cask still for another engage, and he's making his presence felt right here, right now. Some plays being done here by G2 Blacklist, but every single time KT.RY has an answer.
KT.RY, and we've mentioned this, right? Coming into these early phases, yes, expectedly, G2 Blacklist has that advantage given the fact that they have the Jace in their favor, but it's a glass cannon composition, and now once again, KT.RY answers with an Enchanted Crystal Arrow, securing draw from a mid lane gank.
Yeah, it was a heavily exposed support. The combo of the Ashe and the explosive cast of 0 has been so on point. Carl, another solo kill moment, this time by Luna. Wow, what a performance by KT.RY in game number 4.
Yeah, from a 2k gold lead, it doubled coming into 7 minutes. 4k gold lead already for KT.RY, and it's a huge, massive deficit right now that G2 Blacklist has to face.
Right, and now KT.RY wants the tower in the mid lane. 0 going in.
Dashes in, body stamps onto Aaron as well, being ignited away, and KT.RY just went through unscathed. Who brought down the tier 1 turret of mid lane.
Oh, Luna almost got clipped by the Call of the Forge guy, but yeah, a little bit too late. G2 Blacklist again had to surrender another objective here in the mid lane. Meanwhile, Golden Kite getting attached onto by Rattel, needing to flash away his Golden Kite. Really no positive point for G2 Blacklist outside of the Ezreal. Carl
being caught up in a pinch, explosive cast as well, isolated with Luna's damage into the early game. There's just nothing that could really stop that.
That's a back-to-back solo kill here in the bottom lane. Not really a solo kill, right? But a back-to-back kill by Illusion against the Camille. So Yeah, right. Like KT.RY, it's all about them recognizing that they have the advantage and they're already planting their vision towards the red quadrant Luna.
Oh! CP Trouble Bubble connect along with the true shot. Barrage battle start to the face, and that will be Aaron taking a kill. Followed up by the other, and G2 Blacklist got 2 kills from that.
What a pick by Aaron, and that was pretty much the needed break here by G2 Blacklist. 2 bodies down. And KT.RY, Acrobat getting hit.
CP Trouble Bubble, but an Enchanted Crystal Arrow was perfect timing coming in from Acrobat to deny the crowd control from draw.
Oh.
Now Aaron followed up.
Another bubble.
CP Trouble Bubble connects onto Revin. Jace with a shock pass to the face. Once again, raw damage. And G2 Blacklist now on the precipice to be able to make it back, but still on 2k gold deficit at the moment.
Aaron has hit like 3 Trouble Bubbles in a row, allowing G2 Blacklist to get 3 kills in return. And that was pretty much what was needed by G2 Blacklist to cut down the lead to half. What a performance so far by Aaron, right? Finding the picks in the mid game and allowing himself and his team the opportunity to come back. The good thing for KT.RY was that they were still able to defend the tower here in the bottom lane, so there's still no objective converted with those shutdown kills that G2 Blacklist was able to get.
Yeah, and on top of that, Aaron already has Luden's Echo, so that burst damage is going to be hefty up against KT.RY, but right now, KT.RY starting up the Ocean Drake, and G2 Blacklist is aware.
Yeah. Now the dragon is being started. G2 Blacklist wants to deny this. Rattel?
Aaron jumps in, looking into the bottom side. Rattel jumps onto KT, and the jungler is gone for G2 Blacklist. It's a free Ocean Drake here for KT.RY, and G2 Blacklist still forcing out the engage. And Rattel died. CP Trouble Bubble connected onto Gragas as well. True Shot Barrage connected right out of the get-go, and Conan Kite being so confident, jumps through into the Dragon's Pit, and Carl followed up so cleanly from that. Golden Kite still on the chase. Acrobat running away, but will be able to go back to retreat under the turret, but Aaron was just so close, within inches of taking the kill onto Acrobat.
Aaron is playing out of his mind right now, allowing G2 Blacklist to find all those kills, to slow down and cut down the lead to just 400 gold. Let's look at that replay once again. KT got caught. This is one of the weaknesses of the Jace, right? You don't have a way to disengage. There's really not enough mobility right then and there. And the retaliation here by G2 Blacklist was allowed by the fact that G2B was hitting their skill shots. That True Shot Barrage hitting 3 targets in a row for Golden Kite was a beauty. And Aaron again, the marksman, never misses his kill shot.
Yeah, G2 Blacklist, the marksman coming in. Aaron was just too good, and despite having 1 HP pretty much, he was so confident jumping in and getting those paddle start hits and CP Trouble Bubble, which is pretty much the game changers here for G2B prior to those fights.
Yeah, that was a 4v5 situation to begin with, but Aaron single-handedly was able to turn around the team fight just from his sleepy Trouble Bubbles that connects from afar away. Oh man, I know we don't use basketball references, at least in this game, quite often, but that was definitely Steph Curry range, right? All those sleepy Trouble Bubbles from afar away, from a mile away, hitting its mark. Aaron is definitely the shooter that is needed here by G2B.
Yeah, it was just too good. Every single time those sleepy Trouble Bubbles like magnet, it always connects on the KT.RY, and it's unfazing of the current prowess of RY, given how much advantage they got coming into the early game, mid game. Now it's brought down to pretty much nothing.
Yep. The threat for KT.RY though is still on, right? They still have a win condition, and that is the Dragon Soul. If they ever secure this, oh, Aaron, another bubble!
Oh. He just never miss. Aaron never miss. And now draw goes in. Call to Forge God forces out the QSS as well for Acrobat to be able to return unscathed. True Shot Barrage connects onto Zero, and G2 Blacklist opting to go in and pushes back KT.RY.
Yeah. Right now, G2 Blacklist is just feeling confident right now. They know that the momentum is on their side, right? But they still have to remember that they have to play the macro side of things, they will be sending Carl onto the bot lane to answer the budding wave here in the bottom lane. They still have to be careful, but Aaron is here. Another bubble, maybe? Okay, he misses.
Too far.
That's like one of the rare misses that we've seen from Aaron in this game. What a game.
It's just a massive distance. And this is the big thing about G2 Blacklist's draft. We mentioned this quite a bit coming into the drafting phase of G2 Blacklist and KT.RY, that when it comes to these glass cannon competitions wherein Jace, Zoe, Ezreal, and Ornn cannot sustain themselves all throughout a team fight. So that is where Carl really has to come through. And when Carl started to come into those team fights, it is where it turned things around. It is where G2 Blacklist was able to really go hand-to-hand combat up against KT.RY.
Yeah, the beauty about the Camille is that even if the laning phase goes south, the Hextech Ultimatum will still have its value. And you don't really need farm to be that impactful, right? Like, you can leave the damage on towards the Jace, the Ezreal, the Zoe. You can just be the settler for the team, allowing for the primary champions to really get the resources needed. Now Aaron, another bubble connects, this time to Daw.
An opening, and Daw is already CC, crown control to the ground. Zero is down low already. Along with the Ignite will not tick him down to his death, but that will be an HP advantage for G2 Blacklist to start up the Drake.
Yeah, this is the dragon that they need to deny from KT.RY.
Coming into the back, going in for the Drake. G2 Blacklist still takes it down. And now KT.RY wants to answer back. But it's a 5v4. And Carl goes in with extra ultimatum already. Onto Zero. And going into the backside, it's Rattel. And that won't beat it. That of G2 Blacklist as KT is already down low. The answer back of KT.RY is so good. And now Golden Cut and Aaron is the ones left standing for G2B. Aaron never miss.
He doesn't. He's a marksman. He always goes for the shot and he never misses. G2 Blacklist was able to deny the dragon, but more importantly, that was still a win for KT.RY. That was Rattel finding himself in the perfect opportunity to really snip them away. Look at Rattel, right? Like, he's in front of everybody and he can just dish out a huge amount of damage, targeting down KD. And everyone followed through. Aaron, by the way, just missed or just was able to dodge away from the arrow. That was a very timely flash as well by Aaron. But man, oh man, what a team fight here by G2B and KT.RY. What a game number 4 so far.
Yeah, what a game, definitely. And G2 Blacklist, nevertheless, even if they lost that team fight, they had to go for the Drake. Because if KT.RY got that, it's already the soul. And G2 Blacklist doesn't want to give it away.
Yeah, nope. That's a perfect win condition, especially with the ISO, right? Like, more ability haste being gifted over to the Lucian. And the Ashe will just mean that the SAS will just mean the death or the loss of G2 Blacklist. And G2 Blacklist, again, staying true. In denying that 50-50 win by Daw. Now the opportunity is still on for both sides to actually win this, right? Like, they still have a very good team overall. The long-range engage from KT.RY is still very formidable. They do have the double marksman composition, a very good carry in Daw and the Riven as well. And G2 Blacklist, it's all about the pokes. If their pokes connect, if Aaron hits his mark, it's just good night. It's just game over for KT.RY.
Oh, those enchanted crystal arrows are really scary and something to be feared for from far away, especially how Rattel has been fed. Like, look at the level difference between the Baron laners. It's level 13 up against a level 15. If those ECA connects, it's over for Carl.
Yeah, the snip is continuing to be a problem for G2 Blacklist, and now they have to deal with a problem that they did not face in games 1 and 3, right? Rattel starting to become a threat in the side lane. It's continuing to push. Daw!
It's Daw who's just going through, and that was just be Aaron with a CP triple bubble once again.
Now Rattel will be able to spot out Carl. Long range engage.
Knocks up onto Zero, along with Acrobat as well. Forces out the Stasis enchant. But Zero is going to live with a flash being burnt out. The Ignite takes him down, or, well, will not be able to do that. As that will be Zero still living within a couple of HP left standing from that state.
Okay, alright. So this is an intense moment where we have to enter a very quick pause here. Oh, wow. Okay, so Aaron getting his pokes on towards Daw has been a game changer, right? Like, we have to remember that a Riven that gets chunked out means that the jungler is out of the equation. And time again, Aaron finds his mark, right? He goes for the priority target, gets him down, gets him chunked down, and has been the reason why G2 Blacklist was able to crawl back into that 4K deficit that we saw for the first few minutes of this game.
It definitely is. Always hits a mark. And now I'm wondering, is that the story behind the word marksman?
Possibly. Right?
Marksman?
Yeah. I think so. The etymology, I guess, or the history of that has something to do with, hitting your mark.
Always hitting a mark.
That's why you are called a marksman. And Aaron has been a revelation so far. The marksman from Quezon City. Alright, like the Splash brother, I guess. Always hitting his mark. And just the fact that he was able to again pinpoint and target down the jungler of the opposing side was the biggest reason why G2 Blacklist is enjoying the momentum that they have right now. Rattel is still starting to become a problem on the side of G2 Blacklist, right? When it comes to a 5v5, Rattel always finds himself in a situation that he can be very impactful. It was pretty much evidence in that one team fight in where he was flanking in the perfect position and was just able to get all the kills that is needed. So it's a battle between Rattel and Aaron. Who is going to come out on top? That's the question that we have to answer as soon as we get back into the game.
Yeah, especially considering if Rattel is left unattended, he's just so powerful with a Gwen. Aside from the fact that this is his trump card, this is his comfort champion, this is pretty much his most active practice champion coming into the Rift, is that it's a Gwen. So it denies a lot of these long range damage if you're not in the circle. And Rattel, if placed on a perfect position, if placed on the right moment, or in G2 Blacklist is really occupied when it comes to fighting these 4 players from KT.RY, it's definitely Rattel having such a massive advantage into that.
And G2 Blacklist was able to get a tower for free. Nothing KT.RY can do there. But G2 Blacklist is going to be spotted on a ward. They're trying to back away Luna. Starting the Elder Dragon, the action continues. The wave is pushing in the bottom lane. And KT.RY has recognized that as a fact. They will be sending over the Camille to answer and respond to that pushing wave in the bot lane. And again, the poking game continues. Whoever misses his mark first, or whoever loses his patience in this battle of attrition, will definitely end up losing this pivotal game number 4.
Yeah, and KT.RY has to really connect those Enchanted Crystal Arrows, because this will be pretty much their investment into these poke damage leaders for G2 Blacklist. So if that's not gonna happen, it's not looking that good for KT.RY.
Yeah, G2 Blacklist and KT.RY half held on the Elder.
Half held already. Rattel is occupied with Carl, so this is pretty much a 4v4 Ultra Athletes Elder Drake fight. 5k HP remaining, but Katie is just on the horizon. Enchanted Crystal Arrow connects onto the bot side, and that will be Rattel who's having that fight up against Carl. Hook shots back away, will be coming back into safety. But now it's Rattel going into the back lines once again. From what we have emphasized, if Rattel is in a good position, that is over for G2B. And Aaron is down low once again. The zoning capabilities of Rattel just pushed him back. Katie's gone. No jungler left standing for the likes of G2B. And now this will be a free Elder Drake with Carl the only one left standing. KT.RY erases G2 Blacklist.
The perfect team fight needed by KT.RY, starting it off with an Enchanted Crystal Arrow connecting onto
backdoor. Nexus is open, going in for the flash. The Nexus will not fall. 260 HP remaining, and G2 Blacklist will not succeed into that. But looking at the opposite side, KT.RY going for the base race. However, it's Carl who wants to clear down the wave. Luna with a calling as well deletes him. The HP is gone. The Nexus is open, and KT.RY wants to end it. And this will be KT.RY winning game 4.
We are dead even. 2 wins apiece. And we are down back to a best of 3 scenario here. Infinity, what a team fight by KT.RY. I was looking at the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. it connecting on towards the Camille was pretty much the biggest reason why they were able to get that team fight win. Because all the three members, or the three targets of the Enchanted Crystal Arrow on the side of G2 Blacklist had the QSS available, right? Like KD, the double marksman, right? They had the QSS available. The only champion that did not have the QSS available was the Camille, and for obvious reasons, right? He needs the teleport to be able to join his team. That Enchanted Crystal Arrow was clutch, allowing for Ratel to join the team fight. Him being the win condition is always a good sign, and it is always a good thing for KT.RY.
And what did we mention? Prior to that engage, it was perfect coming for Acrobat, because the thing is, Enchanted Crystal Arrow was pretty much one of their biggest key holders into a successful team fight. And yes, KT.RY, Acrobat plays that Enchanted Crystal Arrow, not necessarily into a team fight, but it equated into a win in the long run.
It was a clean team fight overall, spearheaded by the clutch decision making by KT.RY, are able to even out the series, and we're not going to have a game 5 finish here today, Infinity, because KT.RY is deciding, nope, not with your predictions. KT.RY extends the series to a potential game number 6 for sure. And so far, right, like this has been the most impressive win by them, right? Like they were able to go get the early game advantage. Yeah, sure, the mid lane or the mid game was to the side of G2 Blacklist, but when they needed it most, the late game team fighting KT.RY separated them from G2B.
And Ratel, well-deserved MVP title coming in for that fight. Consistent flanks, consistent pickoffs that they were able to get that won them the game.
Perfect. He deserves this. He pretty much had majority of the damage for KT.RY alongside Luna, right? Like 33% of the damage coming in from the Gwen is a problem that G2 Blacklist needs to solve in game number 5.
That said and done, game 4 equalizes the series. KT.RY punched back against G2 Blacklist. The question is, who's going to take the next game that we have? We're just going to take a short break, but when we come back, it's game 5 of the series.
Feel the thorns embrace. Death is in bloom. None will escape my grasp.
See, it's just a scarecrow.
And we're back. It's game 5 of KT.RY up against G2 Blacklist with a very, very strong team, or well, strong performance that KT.RY has shown us coming into that prior game.
Well, let's see the adjustments by both sides here in the upcoming game number 5. Starting off, G2 Blacklist will be choosing blue side. Instead of going and preventing KT.RY to be on the red, they want to be on the blue, and no substitution. Ime is not coming in for Carl. Rattel is still going to be a problem regardless of who plays. He's really the best Baron laner that we have here in APAC, hands down. At least until Chami gets to play.
Oh, the child prodigy, huh?
Yeah, that's a very bold claim. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. we're waiting to see that happen here. But the thing is, we're jumping into game number 5 that will really break the tie into the series thus far, because given game 4 was a very, very close hand-to-hand combat between these two teams, already standing at the 2-2 currently. Rattel now being respected with a Gwen ban away. Even Camille and Jax from G2B.
Wow, 3 Baron lane bans. They don't want Rattel to have the same impact whatsoever in game number 5. The adjustments by bans here by G2 Blacklist allowed for them to get the Hecarim potentially. Oh, okay. Is that going to be the first priority here by G2 Blacklist, or oh wow, Lucian going to get snagged away. They don't want Luna to get his hands on the Lucian, one of his most effective champions so far in the series.
And this is very interesting, because now KT.RY could go and pick up the likes of Hecarim, could go and follow up with the likes of Gragas as well. KT.RY has these options, and now G2 Blacklist, what will be the plan here? Because Lucian as a priority, yes, we have seen it in the past, but we haven't seen it as often as we would.
Yeah, the impact. Oh wow, okay, so this is a very good duo though, right? You have the Hecarim using the Onslaught of Shadows package delivery system as well on the Corki. A very good combo to have. Not to mention that you can get the Renekton, which is easily getting paired with the Hecarim. Wait. Time out. I think that Gragas is going to the side of G2 Blacklist. Alright, we're going to sort this out real quick. Don't worry.
Yeah, no worries. But looking at these type of drafts, this is already one of the expectations that we've had, right? KT.RY could pick up the Gragas for themselves. G2 Blacklist could also do the same thing. And whether of these teams pick up the Gragas, the Ornn will be left open for any of the other team to be picked up right after. But G2 Blacklist, going back to a bit of a classic here, going to Lee Sin onto Katie and Renekton onto Carl is OG, the original form of NGX.
Yeah, this is pretty much the strongest duo topside, right? Like you have the Renekton that can easily lock down a target, and the combo coming in from the Lee Sin should be so easy to execute, knowing that KD and company got targeted down on the jungle side of things during the banning phase of game number 4. They learned their lesson and they prioritized a Lee Sin pickup for KD.
And honestly, G2 Blacklist, given the Nautilus is already banned away, they could go in for Alistar or Galio. Nevertheless, one of these champions will be left open. So KT.RY has to pivot themselves into another perspective, which I do love. Varus being removed from Golden Kite, but the performance that Golden Kite has proven us coming into the early games that we've had in the series, it is a respectable ban.
And this is also like 5 bans on the top side if you consider an Aatrox or the Aatrox as a top laner. Oh, they're forcing Rattel to play the Garen. That's already a win in my book, right? Like if you are G2 Blacklist, that's checkmate.
And the thing is, there are recent changes onto the Garen, so if the Mash Injustice did not connect given of the range distance or the stasis or whatever the fact happened coming through that ultimate, a 5-second cooldown will happen. So it's really, really good given the execution possibility that the Rel does have, and given the player that will play it, it's too good. And right now, G2 Blacklist will opt to go in for the OGs from what we've seen drop playing set lock in.
Wow, a double marks on composition to again punish this Garen pickup, which is going to force to just tank and be the pressure absorber for the side of KT.RY. They have to answer fire with fire, and they will be going for the Ezreal and Corki double marksman composition. Then again, this is going to be a very different game number 5 here, Infinity, because Garen for Rattel. When was the last time? When was the last time that we saw Rattel being forced to play the Garen? This is because G2 Blacklist invested like all bans on the top side, leaving Rattel to play the Garen.
Ages ago. Definitely ages ago. We haven't seen Garen for such a long time.
Yeah.
Considering how the top lane generally over the past months has been revolving around the likes of Camille, the Gwen with Rattel. Well, it's a Rattel exclusive, but regardless, Camille, Fiora, Jax, and even the likes of Renekton being played out. And Garen, you know what, is something that I definitely do love coming into fray.
Yeah, it was what's the necessary adjustment. And just to answer our question here, Infinity, right? Like the Garen was never picked up by Rattel all throughout Season 2's group stages. So this is the first time that we will be playing it. And yeah, sure, right? Like Rattel can play anything, especially the Garen. Garen is one of the easiest champions to play, but it's about his impact. It's sure, right? Like you do have the silence, you do have the Dimension Justice, you also can serve as a tank. But we saw from game number 4 that when allowed to play all those damage-oriented Baron laners, he can really carry team fights. And Garen is exactly the opposite of that. Like the Garen is not going to dish a huge amount of damage. So to me, I'm really highlighting the fact that G2 Blacklist was able to corner Rattel, because it is going to be very important in this game number 5. A very needed adjustment by RY, and looks like we're going to enter a very quick pause here before we start game 5.
It is indeed important. And have you seen what was happening in the minimap before the pause happened? It was Garen going into the bottom lane, and it was Ezreal and the support going
So a lane swap?
It's a possible lane swap that could occur for the side of KT.RY, which will be interesting how Rattel will be playing up against the likes of the bottom laners of G2B.
The concern that I do have when you're initiating a lane swap, sure, right? Or you're trying to deny the fact that the Renekton will have the advantage against the Garen, which is kind of understandable. But we have to remember that the bottom lane towers, the first few minutes of the game, is squishier compared to the other side, or compared to the mid lane and the top lane. This was their response to the ongoing lane swap that was happening ages ago in the competitive, right? Like in season 0 and season 1, I forget. But yeah, so if G2 Blacklist will have the advantage here in the bottom lane, look at KD's rotations, right? He is most likely going to path towards the bottom lane to get more tower plates and to destroy the tower as fast as they could.
Yeah. It's a WCS and Season 1 LCQ classic, if you may. Of like bringing down the switch lanes consistently. And we see it every single time that it became a nuisance to really deal with, pretty much, if you're gonna look at the overall gist of things. And at this point, that's the reason why it's going to be such an interesting point on how Garen will be playing into the bottom side. If you're looking at a minimap once again, right?
Right. Okay. So now, Aaron, by the way, needed to at least have the Relentless Pursuit ready. Another pause and coming here. And it's really starting to get the toll out of the players. Because surely, right, with the pause that we are having, there is a situation happening. And, you know, the good part about this pause being this early is that they will be more than happy to resolve it right here, right now. Not like with what happened earlier and where the pause was towards the later stages of the game.
Yeah, it's taken out of the way coming into the latter stages of the game, especially how these fights and the stakes on the line is too massive to really just pause in the middle. And yes, it's something inevitable sometimes. And once again, to emphasize the stake on the line into the series is that the winner here, either G2 Blacklist or KT.RY, the one who wins this series overall will be the first team to go into Wild Rift League Asia finals.
Yeah, booking their seats on towards the live event that will happen in China. What a start to the new year, right? For whoever that org is. We have to remember that the last time out, right, in Season 1, APAC sent 2 teams as well. And it was these 2 teams, right? G2
Yes.
Blacklist, formerly of NGX, was the top 1 team from APAC, and the top 2 team was KT.RY. So, yeah, they're definitely no strangers to the finals event, to the live event. And you know, it's the goal by both the squads. They want to be part of it as early as now, not leaving it the chance, because whoever loses this will square off against Naos Esports. And we have to remember that Naos was the top 1 team during group stages of Season 2, one of the most improved teams that we have here in WRLA, especially in the APAC side. And that definitely is something that you kind of want to evade and avoid.
Yeah, it's a year in the making, right? Naos's power scaling, well, not really scaling because they're a team, but their arc, right? Their arc coming into Wild Rift League Asia is a year in the making. And Season 1 was not their season, but this season they have performed out of their mind, staying put at top 4 consistently for pretty much the whole regular stage.
Yeah, looks like we will have another pause here, Infinity. And since this is going to be another pause that we have to resolve, we're going to stay silent for a while, and we will up the music, and we'll be right back as soon as we're ready to bring in the action. The Rift.
Yeah, we're
You're
back
right, there's a
into
lane
the
swap.
game. Yeah, it's interesting because it's been quite a bit from when we've last seen a lane swap happen. And Rattel now being cornered as well by 3 members is not a good sight, as that will be KT.RY who got the first blood.
Wait.
But KT.RY, Rattel turned things around. Got to follow through as well,
No
so
way.
that's the second kill of the game.
That's a botched tower dive, and Rattel still standing strong? Okay, finally.
Too much investment though.
Yeah, exactly, and that was pretty much the best outcome possible for KT.RY. That was also a solo kill in the middle lane. Let's look at what happened here. We kind of missed this part, but Aaron lost to Luna in a 1v1. That exhaust and the Godling gun plus the Valkyrie was not expected here by Aaron, and that's a solo kill in the mid lane. And all of a sudden, KT.RY again is able to find himself in a very good advantage.
Yeah, they are currently already on a massive lead to set to say. Now they have a 1k gold lead in 2 minutes, and in the overall gist of things, that's really minute, right? But having these amounts of leads, especially if it comes into 2k gold lead, it will really net them a huge and massive advantage, especially going into the first objectives that we had.
And this is the bigger problem for G2 Blacklist right now. KT.RY is enjoying a very good lead here in the mid lane, and pretty much the balance is no longer in the favor of G2 Blacklist. And now finally we go back to the standard laning phase, but Draw going for the engage here.
Very low already. Has to retreat. Has to respect that
he's
possibility.
here.
The exhaust. The onset of shadow doesn't follow up. Daw just came through out of the shadow and got that kill. And Draw is now being chased out. Two-shot barrage being the final blow in the coffin. And now Aaron comes through as well. The culling is there. Ignite takes him down. Daw still surviving, but the last shot connects, and that will be G2 Blacklist who answers back.
At least one return kill, but KT.RY, every advantage that they wanted is definitely on their side, and Carl has to be careful. Rattel is already level 6.
Level 5 already for Carl as well, exact moment, but looking back at that replay, how KT.RY played that very methodically.
Yeah, the engage was from Zero, and then immediately Draw was there to respond, but they did not expect the Hecarim by Daw to be in the perfect opportunity to go and get that onslaught of shadows onto 2. Draw tried to outplay Luna, but the true shot barrage from a fire is pretty much on point. And if you're G2 Blacklist, this is a disaster, especially knowing that they drafted an early game jungler in the Lee Sin.
Yeah, and that's really good, right? G2 Blacklist, they really need to keep up. They really need to get those kills. But as soon as I said that, KT.RY gets another, and now they're up 3k gold up against G2B. But Draw wants to counter engage, goes for the ultimate into the back. Acrobat is in danger, and Aaron wants to follow through with damage, but it's not enough as Acrobat lives, and they get the kill instead.
From bad to worse to worst. And now KT.RY is enjoying another advantage here in the bottom lane. Acrobat will be getting more tower plates for himself. Another engage.
Goes in with the CC, and that will be Corki who goes down, but it's still not enough. 4k gold lead that we're talking about here by KT.RY.
This is all the discipline out of the window. This is G2 Blacklist committing mistakes after mistakes. And Acrobat was still even able to recall away with the Ignite already invested here by Draw. This is not a start that you want to be in if you're a fan of G2 Blacklist. And I think that Zero was still even able to snatch away those Raptors from KD. And yeah, I cannot see anything positive from the plays of G2 Blacklist. If this continues, KT.RY will just be able to transition it into bigger objectives. So they don't have the Zoe that can really turn the things around for G2 Blacklist this time out. And Aaron, you look at him here in the Dragon.
Draw comes through to the backside as well, but Draw at this point just gets melted as soon as he taps into the range of Acrobat. Dragon down to 700 HP, secured by G2 Blacklist, and KD comes back in with a Dragon's Rage, connects onto Acrobat, but there's no follow through, and KT.RY deletes the jungler of G2B.
The miscommunication is so clear. G2 Blacklist is out of their elements. Another pick off. Draw going for an outplay though. Okay, well, finally at least able to survive, but clearly this is not the expectations that we have in this game for G2B.
This is just adding fuel to the fire, and yes, they get a couple of kills, but it's a good step. It's a good step into a good foreseeable future that we have for G2 Blacklist. As now Carl is on the chase. KD, Sonic Wave will not connect. Luna still on the run, gets smited to slow him down a bit. Carl gets that CC as a follow-up, which will be amazing. But Zero stuck here on the brush.
5k gold lead. Draw goes for the engage against Zero.
Ignite already used up onto Zero. Draw counters it out, and now Zero just gets erased. Daw will be the only one left standing coming into the bottom lane, but G2 Blacklist, when it comes to HP bars, are already down low.
And all the other lanes, or the top lane actually specifically, is already open for the taking once again for Rattel, right? Even on the Garen, he sees himself in the perfect opportunity to split push. And another tower for KT.RY on contest. Okay, alright, at least there is some sort of a miracle, and the tower on the top side is pretty much still standing, only with 29 HP though.
And we have to emphasize this, that initially into the game, KT.RY did the lane swap. Rattel went into the bottom lane, and the dual lane went into the top side of the map. And this just gave so much advantage for KT.RY because it was Rattel who got a kill into the early game. It was KT.RY who got the prioritization into top side of the map because it's a 2v1. So right now, it's it's the road to that snowball for KT.RY.
Yeah, that's also not mentioning the fact that Luna was also getting solo kills against Aaron here in the mid lane, right? Like all across the board, KT.RY was winning, and you're seeing now the effect of that early snowball that they were able to get a 7k goal lead advantage in just under 8 minutes here, Infinity. All towers destroyed, or all the first tier towers by G2 Blacklist already destroyed here. And if you're G2B, you need a miracle comeback team fight. Not just one, maybe even two to come back into this game.
Yeah, a couple of winning team fights is what they need, but KT.RY is not going to let that through. Right now, KT.RY is really poised to win it coming into this game, because given the facts that we've had, a 6k gold lead in 8 minutes is massive. And right now, when it comes to turrets as well, KT.RY, landsliding, snowball, has massive advantage when it comes to map control up against G2B.
Aaron needing to flash away from the onslaught of shadows, at least no kill to be had in that engage and draw. Only level 8, trying to go for a retaliation, but G2 Blacklist again. Just a couple of seconds late from the counter engage that they wanted.
Yeah. And nevertheless, there's still hopes for the likes of G2 Blacklist. And yes, it will be very difficult, but the dependency here would be Golden Kite, right? Because this will be their late game insurance that they've had. Yeah. When we're looking at other champions, Lucian and Lee Sin are the early game prowess of G2 Blacklist, but as we have seen and as we have experienced firsthand, G2 Blacklist did not have the early game.
Renekton as well, right? Like early game. That's it for the Renekton. Big game as well. Yeah, sure. Worth considering. But all across the board, right? The 5 members of KT.RY has the advantage. It's really going to be a very tall task for G2 Blacklist to come back into this game, given the fact that KT.RY is one of the most disciplined teams that we have from APAC, right? They're not going to surrender all those leads just from mistakes. You have to work hard for it, and G2 Blacklist knows it.
Yeah, and we'll see how KT.RY at this point will be able to balloon this advantage, or how G2B will be able to turn things around, as right now KT.RY is even unfazed of the presence of Car for Rattel into the bottom lane. There's no stopping them. They have to force and bring in at least 2 members to stop the Baron laner of KT.RY.
And just the fact that they're already knocking on towards the mid lane inhibitor tower is not a good sign if you're a fan of G2 Blacklist. That's how ahead KT.RY is in the pivotal game number 5. We have to remember that this is a best of 7. Whoever wins this will be in match point. Wow, what a performance so far here by KT.RY.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's just, it's like scaling. They're scaling series-wise. I mean, coming into the game number 1, G2 Blacklist has one of the most cleanest games out of the whole Wild Rift League Asia Season 2. And right now, KT.RY is like every single game they're improving.
Yeah. Draw.
Now being stuck, it's a 2v1, has to force out, going into the backside, but the onset of shadows denies the access onto Acrobat. Culling has been forced away as G2 Blacklist wants to go in for the counter engage. Rattel comes into the backside with a perfect time for a flank. That won't be the end of G2 Blacklist's back lines. And Carl and Katie, the only ones left standing, but KT.RY still unfazed.
KT.RY will be using what is remaining of their minions to get this inhibitor tower in the mid lane, and Carl, doing his best to stop it, will easily get denied here by RY. Acrobats so close in taking down another kill for themselves, and this is returning the favor of what happened in game number 1. Let's look at that replay once again. Draw thought that they had the perfect opportunity to go for an engage, but lo and behold, right, he was there, or the members of KT.RY was there to respond. Very timely stasis, and the choke points, you kind of want to avoid that, especially against a Quirky.
Yeah, and the link of crowd controls for KT.RY was something to behold as well. How Zero pretty much was able to go in with a body snap, explosive cast, followed up by the onset of shadows by Daw, was really good to really just bring down the likes of Draw, especially considering that he is built like a tank coming into this game.
It's the perfect opportunity for the Garen to basically enter a fight, going for the flank and just pressing one button for the execute. And now KT.RY will have the perfect opportunity to start this Baron. If they get this Infinity, it will be so hard for G2 Blacklist to come back.
Yeah, and despite that, there's no jungler available coming into this. But right now, good delay coming from G2 Blacklist. Draw forces out the Gargoyle Ancient to buy time. But Onslaught of Shadow just pins out. They run, and Golden Kite follows up. And this 3 members for G2B gets a raise. KD will be the target coming from KT.RY, because if they remove the jungler, a free Baron will be opened up. KT.RY still on the chase here as 3 of the members goes into the mid lane as KD will be chased down by Daw as well. Nexus will be open and KT.RY is looking to end the game. It's the 3rd game. It's a 3rd win that they will receive, and KT.RY is on match point.
What a reversal of fortune. KT.RY with a very easy game and pushing G2 Blacklist onto a corner, onto the wall, because this is definitely a massive victory by KT.RY. As you said, match point for the Korean squad.
Yeah, that was an amazing performance, right? Because we were wondering, like during the pauses, during the beginning of the game, we were thinking about how these lane swap will net the likes of KT.RY, because given that situations, expectedly it will be the dual laners who gets the advantage, but miracles happen and all of a sudden Ratel gets this massive advantage and he becomes a raid boss who cannot be defeated by anyone into that matchup.
This is the game, where you look at it and say, okay, so draft is an issue, right? Nah, I don't think so, because it's all about the execution, right? It's when they went into the surprise lane swap, G2 Blacklist had the perfect thing in mind, and that is to try to dive down Ratel, but Ratel was still tanky enough to take down at least one with him, which was the perfect way to answer a tower dive. It was pretty much botched by G2 Blacklist. They know that they committed, a series of mistakes in the early game that was unforgivable in a Wild Rift game, because this is a very snowbally game, and KT.RY, once they got the opportunity to, get the advantage, they never look back.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? The idea is there throughout the draft. We have mentioned this in the middle of the game. You've mentioned this in the middle of the game. Lucian, Lee Sin, and Renekton are early game champions. And the winning condition for G2 Blacklist is pretty much double down into the early game, which did not happen. And KT.RY just blew it out of proportion as Acrobat gets the MVP.
Yeah, one of his best Ezreal performances to date. And this is also his pocket champion, right? Like his main champion as well, Acrobat. Going back to his days with Kwangdong Freaks, he always plays the Ezreal, even though it was, there was a certain moment in where it was off meta. Never mind, right? Like Acrobat will still play it, but what a game number 5 Infinity. We're going straight into a game number 6, so we're going to enter a very short pause. We'll be right back.
See, it's just a scarecrow. Aren't you afraid?
step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
Match points on our hands, everyone. It is KT.RY who got the lead. Already 3-game win in this series with 1 game away to take the win in this series and to qualify for the finals.
Yeah, that a win here by KT.RY means that they will be back to the final station where they were in attendance last season. And we will also push down G2 Blacklist to face against now Esports in the lower bracket finals. And immediately right in that with that back-to-back wins, KT.RY is now in the position to pressure down G2 Blacklist, which brings us to a news that we have to break out. There will be a substitution. Carl will be subbed out in favor of Ine.
Yeah, there will be subs coming into the likes of G2 Blacklist, and the big mystery is still up in the air. Is Ime going to be key here to success for G2 Blacklist and bring this to a game 7 and tie up this series out, or will this be KT.RY momentum keeping up the pace here and winning out for a 4-2 series?
Yeah, the thing about the substitution that we are going to witness is the battle lane was actually not the reason why that game number 5 went from a disaster class from KT.RY, from G2 Blacklist, right? Like all the positional misadvantages and mistakes in the early stages was capitalized by KT.RY. The mid lane solo kill, the botch dive here in the bottom lane. And it was just so easy for KT.RY to snowball the game from that point on. And now they're going into the game number 6 with G2 Blacklist going to the red side this time.
Yeah, and it's exciting. It's exciting. Not just because, you know what, it's game number 6, it's KT.RY who's ready match point, and G2 Blacklist who's really need to put their best foot forward coming into this game, but also the fact that we're gonna have a switch in sides once again. We're gonna have another layer, another set of these picks and bans on the horizon, which is really exciting because it's really now up to the coaches. It is up to the likes of Coach TG for G2 Blackness and KT.RY to really put a good set amount of draft and really idea into the winning conditions coming into these games.
Yeah, they went for targeting Rattel on the top side, and they were able to corner Rattel in picking up the Garen, which I don't think will happen again in game number 5, right? If you're KT.RY, you will be prepared for this. You will be able to at least find a way to pick up a champion for Rattel to not allow Rattel to play the Garen. Although Garen was pretty much one of the successful ingredient in getting that game 5 win, it's still far from what KT.RY wants to accomplish in the series.
Yeah, and the thing about Garen is just you can leave Garen alone, and if Garen gets a couple of gold, gets the priority into the lane, he just demolishes, and it's just too good. It's a good champion to really just leave out alone. Now G2 Blackness, the thing is, Gwen is still open. If they leave it up, KT.RY once again could follow through with what they have done in the past, wherein Gwen just snowballs out of proportion.
Camille also is a very important pick to target if you're G2 Blacklist, but they are going to ban neither of those.
Yeah.
And will be going for the Jax ban instead. I wonder what KT.RY will do here. Will they go for the Camille and have it as a flex pick between Daw and Rattel, which we kind of have seen in the past, right? So it was it game number 3? Yeah, it was game number 3 where Daw was forced to pick up the Gwen, and although the Camille, and although it was kind of effective, it was still far from what we normally see from Daw in a jungle standpoint. G2 Blacklist's response to the Camille is to take away the Galio.
Yeah, take away the Galio, gain a support coming into draw. A draw really knows Galio like the back of his hands, even back in Season 1, bringing it into Season 2 as well. He really knows this champion, but Corki will be hovered here. And quite honestly, for the side of KT.RY, the pick of Camille, I feel like, is the better option. Because it's a play of mind games. Like, Gwen will be left open, but thing is, if we pick up Camille, the opposite side cannot play Gwen. So Camille will be something that they would be able to utilize much more. And now Lucian will follow through for RY.
Yeah, which is the bigger surprise to me here, Infinity. G2 Blacklist is letting go of that Lucian and will elect to go for the Corki instead, right? So Aaron is going to allow Luna on one of his best champions in the Lucian. Zero as well will be getting his hands onto the Gragas, and G2 Blacklist kind of have learned the lesson the hard way, right? At least now.
Yeah.
They will have the opportunity to flex this Riven on towards Ime or KD. We have to remember that the last time that we saw G2 Blacklist face against KT.RY during the group stages, Ime played a wonderful Riven. And that's also, a pocket pick that we have to expect when witnessing G2 Blacklist.
Yeah, and now I'm thinking, like, what is G2 Blacklist planning? Because at this point, yes, from the standard, from what we have seen in the past games, we have Ezreal to be the bottom laner. Into the top side, you still have a lot of options here. Riven could come through, and then Yone comes into the jungle. Like, there's so much options. So looking at the top side in jungle is not something that we really have to focus on. But coming into the bottom side, like, what are the options here? Because expectedly, is G2 Blacklist going for a standard at this point in time? We're in KT.RY has pretty much read how G2 Blacklist has been doing their draft in the past, how many games? 5 games that we've had in the series.
Yeah. They can still go for the Zoe though, which is a flexible pick for Aaron. Here in the mid lane, we saw how effective his Zoe was at one point. Okay, so G2 Blacklist is really doubling down and trying to control the jungle, the early stages of the game, and will be selecting Lee Sin for themselves. Meaning Ime will be going back to one of his most impressive champions during the playoffs of last season in the Riven.
Yeah, and at the moment, I'm thinking, like, G2 Blacklist, they still have one option, which is probably the ADC that we've had. So it could be the likes of Sivir, it could be the likes of Zoe, Zaya, Ezreal. It's just too much options here for G2B. And for the likes of KT.RY, the Darken Blade.
This is so good. A very good champion to have. Especially knowing that one of the wins of KT.RY was because Daw was unlocked on the champion, had an MVP performance just a while back, and KT.RY is not done with their surprises, bringing out the Zyra second time in the series. The first time it wasn't as effective, right? We have to remember that Zyra got controlled, did not really have the best mobility in the game, and just basically was a non-factor in game number 1. But G2 Blacklist is really going for a flexible draft overall, leaving Golden Kite to play the Corki and picking up the Vladimir for Aaron.
Yeah, and they have to switch something up. And this is what I love about the draft, right? Anything could happen. Flexibilities happen left and right. And these changes, switch-ups, can occur at any time. And Aaron going for the Vladimir, we've seen this being played out back in the game up against CES. And now it is up against KT.RY this time around. And the thing is, for KT.RY, I feel like they could utilize Zyra more at this point because of how much like front lines G2 Blacklist has. Now it's at that point we're in how they can position themselves better into this game.
Yeah. The agenda number 1 for both sides, though, is to not lose the early game so hard to a point that it becomes unwinnable, right? Like, we saw in game number 1, we saw in game number 5 that, you know, if you gift like a 3k, 5k advantage pre-5 minutes, it's almost a GG go next angle. So, now, how will both these teams play it out? So far, KT.RY has not shied away from doing very early game adjustments, going for a lane swap or delayed invades to really throw off KD in his jungle pathing. So it is all up to G2 Blacklist and trying to plan ahead and trying to deny all those early invades from Daw.
Yeah, and that's definitely a key there, right? For the winning conditions here for G2 Blacklist to bring this into a game 7. And even at this point in time, both these teams have their own early game investments, right? G2 Blacklist has the likes of Lee Sin rather for KD that could really just bring out the best of G2B in the early game. And as for KT.RY, we've seen the prowess of Luna onto the Lucian into the early game. So respect really has to be given by both sides.
And this is again the recipe for success for KT.RY. They always get the early game invades, right? Even with the Aatrox, they found the angle again this time, leaving KD to respond. And they don't have any information whatsoever that this is being done here by Daw. This is not the G2 Blacklist that we kind of saw from, a couple of games prior. And even with the rotation being done here by KD, he will definitely be spotted by the banana bush wards. But this time, G2 Blacklist will have some assistance and will be sending drawing Golden Guide here.
Luna, Zero comes through, has to force out the flash to go back under turret. And right now, you have the exhaust coming right up, and Golden Kite will be the first blood to KT.RY.
And this was only made possible because of the fact that KD's jungle got invaded by Daw. They went for the risky invade and trying to equalize the buff count. The KT.RY again with the early game planning. That 2-man route coming in from Acrobat was clutch, leaving Golden Kite to his own demise. And KT.RY gets the first blood once again in this game number 6.
And just being a highlight into how strong Illusion can be coming into the early game, despite, being on the hands of a professional like Luna, who has very strong control over the Lucian into the early game as well. And as you've mentioned, right, the strong perspective about the Zyra is the ability to control opponents from a long range distance, and the setup coming in from Zero from there on forward with the double body slam was perfect setup for Zyra to follow up.
Another engage. Oh, okay. And Draw needed to really flash away from Zero's body slam. This is definitely not the start that you want to have if you are G2 Blacklist, but if you are a fan of KT.RY, this is again the early game advantage that you kind of want to stop the Lee Sin's impact in the early game.
Yeah, definitely is. KD rotating again, going to the top side of the map, but as you mentioned, there is a ward onto the Tri-Brush, which is Rattel is already aware. And even then, Camille is one of the most mobile champions as well, coming into top side of the map just because of the hookshot availability.
Yeah, and Ime trying to bait Rattel into going in. And that's, again, another layer of seconds being forced away from KD. And look at what was the response here by KT.RY. DAW is already here. That if in case it will become a 2v2, Aatrox and Camille should have the upper hand.
Yeah, and right now, it's more on being a more quieter stage for G2 Blacklist, as really, as you have dictated a while ago, that really forcing out these huge risk plays. Yes, there are rewards that could be netted out from that, but it's not something that you really want up to the likes of KT.RY, given how they could optimize their snowball potential in a game.
They're really off timing right now. Ooh. And
Ime comes to pay a visit into the top side of the map with the World Ender. The knockup is there, and Rattel just blew the finishing punch. And once again, that's a second kill of this team. But KD follows up with a Sonic Wave. You have Hero's Entrance to follow up as well. But Braw's in danger, being knocked up. There's just no escape. The CC chain from both these teams, but a 1-for-1 will be the turn of events.
KT.RY still... Whoa, KD going for a combo, but Rattel still had the flash to disengage. KT.RY still has the advantage here, right? Like, that's 2 red buffs in a row that KD was not able to control. The laning advantage that KT.RY has in the mid lane and on the top lane is allowing for KT.RY to just go for multiple invades on towards the jungle of KD, allowing them to go for deep dives such as this. And this is not what you expect, or this is not the start that you want if you are G2B.
Yeah, and the microplay as well from DAW is something commendable as well. Waiting under the turret, getting that aggro as well, waiting for the top laner to go back up. Rattel to go outside of the turret range before he goes out. So it's just really good overall. Micro Rift Herald now being started though by KT.RY, and G2 Blacklist wants to contest this. Package comes in into the pit as KD is looking up against DAW as well, but Draw is just pinned down towards a wall, and now Golden Kite being chased out by Rattel into the top quadrant jungle, and G2 Blacklist has no more numbers to really battle up against KT.RY. Hextech Ultimatum connects onto KD, ignites as well, takes him down. Is the HP enough for sustain? Yes, it is, but how long can you live?
Yeah, Zero is still here for a potential body slam against the 2 members of G2 Blacklist. But again, KT.RY finds themselves in a very good advantage.
DAW now comes through as well. It's a 3-man rotation for KT.RY. The knockup is there. Ime is in danger, but the sidesteps are so good. And Ime still lives bot time, but Rattel just follows up to finish him up.
The tower juggling from KT.RY is almost close to perfect, and no heroes enters to really provide support. G2B goes for the flank here. Golden Kite will be spotting DAW.
Has no package though, so has to use up the Valkyrie or the missile barrage, and that will be the escape there, but Golden Kite already too low. But in the end, they still get value from that.
7 kills to 2, KT.RY 4K advantage already, and Aaron is really having a hard time in dealing with the early game advantage of the Lucian. Already has the Executioners calling in Bloodthirster, and everything that could go right for KT.RY has gone their way.
And right now, G2 Blacklist setting up the play onto the Ocean Drake, setting up their positions as well. They have the initial touchdown onto the Ocean Drake, but DAW is also there above the Dragon's Pit. Could just jump in at any moment's time. Draw by the Shield of Durant connects onto Zero. The calling is there. KD is too low already. Explosive cast followed up, but Hextech Ultimatum. The kick was phenomenal to be able to push back Rattel as G2 Blacklist secures the Ocean Drake, but KT.RY is on the chase. DAW and Zero is dealt with Rattel going for the flank. Shield of Durant to buy time. The knockup is there, but Draw is in danger. He has to run, he has to walk away, and that will be enough to really just save himself. No kills for KT.RY.
Yeah, but that was so close for comfort. Now Aaron can just get pinched on by Rattel.
In danger. Getting locked upon by 2 members by KT.RY, but one Sanguine Pull saved his life in trade for a turret.
That was a 4v5, taking that tower here in the bottom lane, and on the top lane, KT.RY with a net positive. Yeah, sure, they gave away the dragon, but G2 Blacklist just is in a big hole right now. Infinity KT.RY knows that they are at the advantage, and they know that they are one win away from securing their finals berth, and they don't want to let go.
Yeah, it's just that KT.RY thus far coming into the prior games have been picture perfect as well when it comes to these macro games. Like KT.RY coming into the prior game and even this, they always find value.
The communication as well from G2 Blacklist is not as crisp as what we've seen them in their wins, and you have to give credit to KT.RY. They have been a very formidable team to a point that G2 Blacklist is having a hard time to answer all the aggressions from KT.RY. And look at Zero.
Oh, face checks. G2 Blacklist still there. Just a sponge to go back to safety. KT.RY. So he slowly creeping themselves up on top side of the map, but it's a 4v4 situation.
Yeah, no team fight as of the moment, but draw.
Chill Durand, a little bit overextending coming in from that. A little bit too close, but draw still lives.
Yeah, Aaron has been non-impactful in a non-factor so far, right? Like no team fights whatsoever. They really feel the impact of this Vladimir. And how many times have we seen this, right? KT.RY winning. It was because of Rattel. It is because of Rattel. And you look at Rattel's record right now, I believe he is up to 4-1-2 in terms of his KDA. And in 9 minutes, all of a sudden, KT.RY is enjoying an 8k goal lead. What a performance so far, and what a way to to just basically cement their status as the #1 team from APAC.
Yeah, 8k gold lead. That's like a 1k gold advantage per minute. Yes, it's a little bit lower than that, but for the sake of rounding down that number, it's just a massive of gold lead that KT.RY is netting themselves upon every single second of the game, and that is what KT.RY has been doing over the past few games that we've had, is always looking for those values being traded. And yes, G2 Blacklist, you can get the dragon, you can get whatever objective that you want, but we're gonna look for something else to trade it.
There will always be a trade up for KT.RY. Oh,
Dragon's Rage connecting onto one. Luna gets deleted. This will be a really good situation for them, but Acrobat goes in for the grasp. There's just no escape, and Zero will be the next target as Aaron follows through. And that will be another kill for G2B.
It was a 2-for-1, at least something positive for G2 Blacklist. We are seeing that they needed like multiple members to even get a pick. KD's relevance is really out of the window right now. You see that the combo against one of the most squishy members in Luna was perfect, right? Like, we're able to at least get one kill, but there to retaliate is Acrobat. That hold, the amount of damage that is available to the Zyra still needs to be respected. And although, yeah, in the end, Aaron was able to get a kill, it's not enough. It's not enough. It's definitely not enough, especially with the goal lead that KT.RY has right now.
Yeah, and it's definitely something that G2 Blacklist really just have to look into perspective. Like, we did it. We did that 2-for-1 trade. It's not as big as they would have hoped for, but these are things that G2 Blacklist has to consistently do. Look for opportunities and look for ganks that they're able to really get a grasp on and get a full hold into to really just diminish the gold advantage of KT.RY.
That's the goal, right? Like, slowly crawl back into this game to force a game #7. But truth be told, here in Infinity, it's so hard to do it, especially with the composition that they have. Yeah, sure, they do have a lot of engage options, but whenever a Riven goes behind, it kind of throws off your tempo, right? Like, those skills that you often get in the mid game won't be as accessible. As we enter a very quick pause here in Infinity, G2 Blacklist is on the precipice of being pushed down to the lower brackets by the #1 team from Korea in KT.RY.
Yeah, and there's also a big problem, right? G2 Blacklist have been going in for the Lee Sin, and this is one of the star champion of KT. To really put it into perspective, given how he performed even in year 0 of Wild Rift Esports, if there is a remembrance of the power that KT has been doing into the local scene of Wild Rift Esports, the Lee Sin has always impacted every single game, but at this point in time, it's just on a timer, right? Early game is the name of the game, and yes, they do have descaling champions, but how far can it reach up to the likes of similar scaling champions that KT.RY has in their draft?
And I still stick to my sentiment, right? Like, more than the draft, it's the execution.
Yeah.
There was one team fight that the miscommunication between the members of G2 Blacklist was so obvious that you kind of get puzzled by the fact that, hey, you know what? Is this the fatigue kicking in? Is this because it's been a long series of games? And clearly, right, if we have Coach TG alongside us, he will say that the draft is okay, right? This is a draft that G2 Blacklist was able to win against other top teams as well. But when it comes to their execution, it's far from what we are accustomed in seeing from G2 Blacklist. But for KT.RY, it's the entire opposite. It's a complete opposite. They're enjoying a very early game lead, and they are the type of team that never looks back when ahead.
Yeah, and given the disadvantage as well that G2 Blacklist is currently facing, Corki has to force to buy the crown first. More defensive items first before they go for damage, just because of the need for it, right? And that just...
Another tower.
Yeah, that just needs more time for G2B now to be able to really, really ramp up.
From the early game invades to the early game team fight wins by KT.RY. What is there left to do for G2 Blacklist to come back into this game? Even the package is being used defensively to defend the waves here in the mid lane, and your G2 Blacklist, you're definitely feeling the pressure. Aaron
already having the two-man gank for KT.RY into the bottom side of the map. Aaron is in danger, but as always, the Sang and Pull is something that you could just go in and out of fights.
Yeah, I was looking at the camera work, right? Like they're expecting Draw to at least have the Euros entrance to provide support to the Vladimir, which is pretty much a self-sustaining champion. Zero.
Oh, unforeseen! That won't be a surprise attack for G2 Blacklist. Already down low for Acrobat. Has to force out a flash to be able to retreat, but still alive for Zero and Acrobat. No value taken.
Yeah, that was the perfect initiation coming in from Draw and company, but again, the goal lead that KT.RY has right now, allowing them access to the Stasis Enchant this early, allowed for that survival to happen.
Aaron stuck against Luna with a culling waiting for him when he comes back up on his Sanguine Pull.
He's a man on a mission right now, Infinity, I tell you, right? Like, how many times have we seen KT.RY fall to the hands of G2 Blacklist? And that's another kill. That again is Luna.
That's really unfortunate because the thing is, G2 Blacklist, this is the moment where the jungler is most important. With the Baron already being started by KT.RY, and now it's Rattel just zoning away the members of G2B in hopes to get that steal. But with a smite availability, KT.RY gets the Baron for themselves.
Draw and company being forced back to back away by Rattel.
Too tanky. Will still be able to really buy a lot of time here, but G2 Blacklist will be able to get that shutdown onto Rattel.
The only positive that G2 Blacklist was able to get was the shutdown gold. Let's look at that replay once again. This is the first kill by Luna. And that's an easy flash in into the execute against Aaron. But what happened here was even KT fell victim to Luna. That's a 2-level advantage, by the way.
Yeah,
oh no, he got
level
guided.
11 versus level 13. It's just a massive advantage overall. That's a couple of stats through that really scales in a 1v1 fight.
And it's pretty much unwinnable now for G2 Blacklist. They need a miracle team fight similar to what happened when they faced against Cerberus Esports. But KT.RY is definitely not going to allow that to happen. They will play this methodical. They will play this as fundamental as they can to really secure this Game 6 victory.
And now Luna going to start up the calling explosive cast, isolates Draw. There will be one man down for G2B. These 4 members up for G2 Blacklist.
KT.RY not yet done. Will transition over to the mid lane and will knock onto the...
Luna!
Oh my god!
Just jumps over the wall, deletes Corki!
Linkai was out of the picture right away. The burst from Luna is just superior right now.
KT Roster Y is now looking to end this game. The rivalry of APAC decided coming into the series, and KT Roster Y looking to end the rivalry here and now. The Nexus will fall down to a bit. Dragon's Rage will be a good delay, and KT Roster Y will be pushed back.
They will be backing away. G2 Blacklist lives for another day. We'll have another opportunity to go at it. But surely G2 Blacklist is feeling the pressure right now. You look at the goal lead here in the mid lane. 3.6k advantage in favor of Luna. 1.6k advantage on the top side. And even the Zyra is definitely having a party right now. All across the board. KT.RY is at the advantage.
Yeah, and this is clever for KT Roster Y. Like, they do not want to force that engage, given that 15 seconds right after, Elder Drake will spawn.
Yeah. It's the situation in where G2 Blacklist was able to find themselves in a miraculous comeback, come from behind victory against Cerberus Esports. And KT.RY knows better, right? They're going to shut down all the chances of a potential comeback from G2 Blacklist. They will not allow them any inch, any opening whatsoever.
Yeah, we'll see, as right now KT Roster Y is still on a team on a mission going into the bottom lane. Once the last standing inhibitor left into this game, but Elder Drake, oh wow, rather the dragon has been secured by KT Roster Y coming into this, which gives him a little bit more advantage into this fight.
Yeah, the only thing positive is that it's not the Dragon Soul that could have been the biggest factor, considering, you know, the amount of lead that KT.RY has right now. It's just easy picking. They're going very methodical, and they will still go for another objective here, potentially the Baron, and have it as the game-winning objective of this Game 6.
Definitely is. And now KT.RY could still hold their positions here. Wait for time before G2 Blacklist could really just make a mistake and make a misstep. If ever that happens, KT.RY could pounce on the opportunity.
Right. The only way that G2 Blacklist delays this game further is if they get a decisive teamfight win over at the Baron. And we've seen comebacks come from behind wins off of a very beautiful teamfight win in the Baron pit, right? Like, an ace plus a Baron often decides the game just because of how squishy the towers are in the game, but KT.RY is having none of that and is just going to play this as methodical as possible here in Fiji.
Yeah, and one more team fight could end the game. The thing is, KT.RY could just hold fort, not force out the Baron or the Elder Drake, to not give an opportunity for G2 Blacklist to gain that miraculous steal. And now they get Luna with that shield of the red. Huge chunk of damage already removed. Da is already going in with the ultimate, a lot of sustainability, and KT won't be the target here, but will still be alive. Da is down low. If they remove Da, G2 Blacklist could turn tables. And now Acrobat is down. Rattel has to go back to retreat on the right quadrant jungle, and G2 Blacklist is still on a 5-man complete squad.
The perfect team fight needed here by G2 Blacklist. Now they are in the position to go for the Elder Dragon, but Rattel is knocking on towards the inhibitor tower in the bot lane.
They have to send someone coming into the bot side of the map as Rattel is going in for the push. If this opens up, there's so much priority going into the side of KT.RY with a huge wave as well coming into the top side of the map. And it's Rattel really just getting that macro game, but G2 Blacklist secures the Elder Drake in their favor.
Elder Dragon goes over to G2 Blacklist, trying to extend this series into a game number 7. Finding that miracle teamfight is draw. One caveat though, Infinity, that inhibitor tower in the bot lane got destroyed past 18 minutes. It will never respawn. And KT.RY does know that for a fact. And the idea here for KT.RY is to deny any potential team fight. The Elder Dragon is definitely going to be a win condition for G2 Blacklist. They want to fight right here, right now, with the advantage of the execution breath. And you did see the timer, right? The inhibitor is about to spawn up in the top lane and in the mid lane. And again, miraculous team fight once again by G2B.
Yeah, that could be the opening for G2 Blacklist, because the thing is, no inhibs would really state the death of them coming through, and now the inhibs going back up will be an opening for G2B to really force out the issue here. Elder Drake is on a timer, already half when it comes to the whole duration of it.
And they're trying to deny Ime out of the equation by forcing Rattel to have that hull breaker advantage here in the bottom lane. KD here.
Aaron.
Okay.
That was
We're
so
close.
close. Now Daw will be seen. Gets information for G2 Blacklist. Here's entrance already used.
And that's a big utility. They also know that Golden Kite does have the package available. And if you're KT.RY, no reason to engage against a team that has the Elder Dragon buff, right? That's the noob mistake that we often see in our ranked games. You won't be able to win a team fight against the Elder Dragon buff, and KT.RY is just about burning the buff.
Yeah, they have level advantage, they have item advantage, they pretty much have all tier 1 turrets available for them, an exception the top lane. Aaron already down low, Sangunpo coming into that fight. Daw has to use up the World Ender to really just sustain himself, but Draw will be the target. And look at Rattel already onto the Nexus, Inhibs will be the target here. G2 Blacklist has to come back to be able to save itself from the grasp of Rattel.
36 HP. This inhibitor, once it gets destroyed, it permanently leaves the map. And KT.RY is just content in having Rattel finish the job for them.
Once again, the macro level that KT.RY is doing coming into this game is just really impressive, to say the least. And now Draw comes in with a Justice Punch, but so much CC comes through, and now the culling as well melts down the HP of Draw. But KD coming into the backside with her Dragon's Rage, knocks up onto Luna. Stasis for KD, bot time, and that will make him still be alive. And Daw is gone, and now KD goes in with a Sonic Wave as Rattel is the last standing member coming into the top side of the map in hopes to get that inhib. And now G2 Blacklist takes the Baron Laner's life of KT.RY.
The top lane tower, 700 health, and KT.RY knows that it's the only objective stopping them from securing a victory. KT.RY will be backing away. G2 Blacklist still at it and is still punching themselves through. You look at the goal lead, it's 0, it's nada.
It's nothing in existence from this game. There's hope for G2 Blacklist to make it back, but they need a picture-perfect run from here on out. Baron will be started. TPs are coming through already. The calling will delete Aaron, and that will leave 4 members left for the side of G2 Blacklist, and Draw will be removed as well. It's going to be a 3v5. Baron will be secured, but KT.RY doesn't want to give any Baron buff left for G2B. Anime will just have to run as KT.RY will get the ace. The rivalry has been decided, and KT.RY will win up against G2B, and they will be the first one to qualify for the finals.
The number 1 team from APAC is from the KR region. KT.RY on top, ending the reign of G2 Blacklist and pushing them down to the lower bracket.
What an amazing run that was. How KT.RY and even Dan G2 Blacklist performed coming in from that last game, really pushing the borders of time from that matchup.
Yeah, that was still a very close game, all things considered, right? Like the gold lead that was once 8k, 9k, got chopped down, got chunked down by G2 Blacklist. But in the end, the desperation play to go for the Baron was punished heavily by KT.RY, advancing themselves to the finals. And now we will have a do or die between 2 Filipino teams in the lower bracket in NOWS and G2 Blacklist.
A civil war will ensue. It's G2 Blacklist up against NOWS Esports, as you mentioned, and it's going to be an interesting series that we have to really look forward into, because really that's going to be the last opportunity for one of these Philippine teams to be able to push through to qualify for the Quad of the Asia season.
The only positive thing to consider is that we will have at least 1 Filipino team that will be sending over to the final stage. It will be between G2 Blacklist and NOWS Esports. But this is a very decisive victory again by KT.RY. The way they controlled the early game, you look at that goal graph, right? Like mid-game, KT.RY had the advantage. Rattel was playing the split push strategy to perfection and was taking down inhibitors 1 by 1. And again, the rule is if you take down the inhibitors past 18 minutes, they never respawn.
Yeah, it never does respawn. And it was Rattel who was doing a huge chunk of those macro plays up against G2 Blacklist, which forced the hand of G2B as well to force and send members into the bottom side just to really put hold of Rattel.
Yeah, it's a very good performance overall. I'm having a hard time to choose who's the MVP. Maybe it will be Luna. Yeah, it is Luna because just the way he performed in this game, he's a man on a mission. He got the solo kills. He got the most important kills as well in the game, right? Like trying to take Aaron out of the equation using this Lucian. We have to remember that the Lucian was pretty much given up, was pretty much given by G2 Blacklist. Second rotation, they prioritized the core and we all know how effective Luna is on the Lucian as a champion, right? Originally, the Dragon Laner transitioned into the mid lane and still is a god with his marksman champions.
Yeah, it was fantastic to watch overall. Luna, as you mentioned, like a couple of solo kills that was pretty much a determining factor. Not just about any solo kills that we could watch any time of day. It was determining factors that Rift Herald or well, the Baron was alive during that time, which KT.RY just got without contest just because no availability of the jungler for the side of G2B.
Yeah, it was still a very close game, right? Like Elder Dragon. And again, if you are one of the analysts in the Wild Rift game, you look into that game and you look at how KT.RY controlled the late game, right? Like, yeah, sure, they surrendered the Elder Dragon, but did they even fight the Elder Dragon? No, they did not, right? Like, they went for a split push strategy and taken away the impact of the Elder Dragon buff. And today's results, as you see, 2-4 in favor of KT.RY.
Yeah, and I guess you were right when it comes to prediction that 4-2 out of standings will be happening today. Wait, is it me? I thought it was
yeah. I was.
Oh yeah.
I was predicting a Game 5 finish. Right, exactly.
Right. But what an amazing day that we've had. These back and forths coming from G2 Blacklist and KT.RY will net KT.RY to win on that series, which will push G2 Blacklist down into the losers bracket.
Yeah. Tomorrow we'll be witnessing Nao's face against G2 Blacklist for the lone spot, or for the second spot to advance to the finals. I know for a fact that, you know, certain fan base will be sad tomorrow, but you know, majority of the Filipino fans will be happy to send at least one team to the final stage.
Yeah, definitely is. And it's something that will really dictate the road, because back in Season 1, it was pretty much G2 Blacklist, former NGX, who came through along with KT.RY. And this time around, it's a little bit more of the deciding factor with the Civil War happening into tomorrow's game that we've had. Now versus G2 Blacklist. It's really going to be scary.
First time of KT.RY winning against G2 Blacklist, and what a time to win against G2B. Tomorrow it'll be Nalas against G2 Blacklist, another best of 7 classic and a heartbreaker for sure for some of the Filipino fans. And yeah, it's so hard to predict this because we all know for a fact that Nalas has improved their level of play so far. But if anything, they really struggle against the Filipino teams. We have to remember that they failed to win against Penal, and they also failed to win against G2 Blacklist in the group stages. But that will be for tomorrow. It will be a very exciting time to be a fan of Wild Rift Esports.
Yeah, definitely exciting times for Wild Rift fans out there, but also at the same time, also an unfortunate part because dreams will be crushed tomorrow coming into Wild Rift Asia Season 2. But nevertheless, one team will still pursue into the APAC qualifying final spot.
Exactly. And for our final words here in Infinity, all I can say is congratulations to KT.RY. Actually, we're waiting for the interview because this is an APAC win. And yeah, congratulations to KT.RY. They entered this playoff match on a mission. They know for a fact that last season, it was G2 Blacklist getting the upper hand against them. And now is the perfect opportunity to show what they're capable of.
Yeah, it's a redemption arc now, right? KT.RY could really just showed up big time here in the APAC conference. Really good performance that they showed us into the prior series as well. We remember going back into season 1, right? It was NGX who was going still onto the runner-up position. So nevertheless, APAC still has that fighting chance as well, which was really exciting. Talking about the CN conference as we have that in the following week. But nevertheless, we'll jump into the interview.
And now we have Du from KT.RY with us. Hello Du, congratulations on taking him down and nice to see you. And the first question is, you have fight against with G2B for several times before today's matchup. What did you prepare to deal with them? Can you hear me, sir?
팀은 G2B가 여러 차례 싸웠는데 오늘 매치업 전에 그들을 상대하기 위해 무엇을 준비했나요?
일단 상대가 많이 좋아하는 픽들을 연구해가지고 그걸 닫고 상대 픽을 좀 뺏으면서 저희 조합을 완성시키는 데 초점을 뒀던 것 같아요.
They just researched the other who compete on pick and then they just prepare and ban pick because of what other champion do great.
Yeah, got it. So do you think the new meta have changed your in-game playing or your ban pick strategy?
새로운 메타가 게임 계획이나 금지 선택 ban 픽을 바꾸었다고 생각하시나요?
확실히 새로 나온 챔프인 자이라가 저희 팀에 너무 잘 맞아서 그 부분은 좀 컸다고 생각합니다.
After new patch up, they pick Jaira and then they play well confident with Jaira. That's why they can play easily.
Yeah, with Jella you can play it easily. You can get the game easily. So the next one is, you are the first one who secured the position. So what would you like to say to other APAC team?
가장 첫 번째 슬롯을 획득했는데 다른 APC 팀에게 전하고 싶은 말이 있나요?
열심히 해서 저희랑 같이 다시 올라가서 또 좋은 경쟁했으면 좋겠어요.
Everyone teams please do well and then they want to good competition in China.
And you are waiting for them, right?
그들을 기다리고 있죠?
네, 그렇습니다.
네, 기다리고 있대요.
And the last one, last time in Beijing, it was very close to the champion trophy. Do you think this time is the time you could get that champion title?
지난번 베이징 때 트로피 획득이 매우 가까웠었는데 이번에는 챔피언을 획득할 수 있다고 생각하시나요?
확실히 중국 팀들이 지금 좀 더 우위에 있다고는 생각하는데 저희가 남은 기간 동안 열심히 하면 확실히 경쟁력 있는 팀이 될 것 같아요.
all those Chinese teams definitely really good, but if they prepare well, they can beat them.
Yeah, hope to see that, and we all looking forward to see your performance later. And that's all for our interview. Thank you, Du, for joining me, and thank you for translating. That's all for our interview.
Research is the key. Researching these teams to be able to really put up a front coming these games, and it gave them a win today up against G2B.
Yeah, what an impressive way to win this series. And again, congratulations to KT.RY for advancing to the next stage.
What an amazing series, as you have stated, but this is pretty much it. That is what had occurred into the rivalries of APAC for the day, with KT.RY taking down a win up against G2 Blacklist, pushing them down into the lowest bracket, waiting for now's Esports. But with that said and done, Atalus, what a great day that we've had. Any last words before we finish it up?
Yeah, I can't wait for tomorrow. And again, congratulations, KT.RY. Envy.
You know what? We're going to head on a break. Well, not a break, but we're going to end the show for the day. But once again, tomorrow will be the lower bracket run between a civil war between two Filipino teams. Thank you and goodbye, everyone. See you guys tomorrow.